Evie came out of sleep with her heart hammering and the taste of fear still sharp in her mouth. For a few seconds, she did not know where she was. Trees flashed past the window in streaks of green and brown. The radio was playing some chorus she did not recognize. Tires hummed over rough pavement, and the heater breathed stale air across her knees. The dream clung to her anyway. She had been running through a forest. Branches had whipped at her face. Something had followed her, fast and silent, always close enough that she could feel it coming but never see it. No one had answered when she called out. No one had been there at all. She rubbed both hands over her face and forced herself to breathe. Her father sat behind the wheel, one hand loose on it, the other resting near the gearshift. Gordon's beard hid most of his expression, but Evie knew the hard line of his jaw well enough. He was annoyed. He was almost always annoyed when she existed too loudly near him. "What now, Ev?" he asked. The nickname should have sounded affectionate. From him, it landed cold. "Nothing," she said, looking away. "Bad dream." He made a low sound in his throat and went back to watching the road, as if that was all the attention she deserved. Evie turned toward the window. Russia. The middle of nowhere, Russia, to be exact. Her new home, according to Gordon. Not that he had asked for her opinion before hauling them across the world. If she narrowed her eyes and let the trees blur, she could pretend they were towers in Manhattan, packed close together and reaching up through morning haze. It did not work for long. She should have been in New York. She had graduated high school. She should have been looking for work, figuring out rent, maybe sharing some terrible apartment with peeling paint and a view of a brick wall. Anything would have been better than this endless road and her father's silence. But decent apartments needed decent money, and fresh graduates with no real experience did not exactly have landlords fighting over them. So here she was. With Gordon. Dear old dad, who had not even bothered to come to her graduation ceremony. The forest kept sliding past. She had just begun to drift into that half-awake state where thoughts went soft around the edges when the car lurched violently. Brakes screamed. Evie grabbed the door handle as her seatbelt cut into her shoulder. "What the hell?" she gasped. Gordon stared through the windshield, breathing harder than before. "Wolf." Evie straightened. "Did you hit it?" "Almost." "Is it okay?" He turned his head slowly and looked at her as if she had said something ridiculous. "Why do you care?" "Because I do not hate every living thing that is not human," she said before she could stop herself. Then, trying to lighten it, she added, "Animals have feelings too." Gordon did not laugh. Of course he did not. He looked back at the road. "What are the chances?" Evie studied him. He sounded like he had not meant to say that aloud. "The chances of seeing wildlife in the Russian wilderness," she said. "Probably pretty high, considering you moved us into it." He ignored her and started driving again, slower this time. By the time they reached the cabin, Evie's legs felt half dead and her jeans seemed permanently attached to her skin. Gordon parked in front of the place without ceremony and shut off the engine. Evie climbed out and stretched until her back popped. The cabin was larger than she expected. Weathered, yes. A little sagging in places. The porch needed work, the windows needed cleaning, and the whole thing had the tired look of a house left alone too long. Still, it had a strange sort of charm. With paint, repairs, and enough stubbornness, it could almost be beautiful. She hated that she liked it. Gordon had already gone to the back of the battered Chevrolet and started hauling boxes inside. Evie stayed where she was for another moment, breathing in air that tasted of damp earth, pine, and distance. A dirt road curved away from the cabin toward the main road. Everywhere else, there were trees. Nothing but trees. No neighbors. No traffic. No city noise pressing in from every side. And yet she could not shake the feeling that someone was watching. She scanned the tree line. At first, she saw only trunks and shadow. Then two men stepped into view as if the forest had decided to offer them up. Evie froze. Both were tall, blonde, and built like men who had never once struggled to carry groceries, furniture, or anything else in their lives. Blue eyes. Sharp cheekbones. Same broad shoulders. They looked related, maybe brothers, and they looked far too put together to be wandering around near an old cabin in the middle of nowhere. She had grown up in Manhattan. She was inexperienced, not blind. She gave them a small, uncertain smile. Neither of them seemed to notice. Gordon did. He came around the car with a box in his arms and scowled at them. "Who are you?" One of the men answered in accented but careful English. "We wanted to know whether the cabin was still for sale." "You are the new owner?" Evie rolled her eyes and turned toward the car to grab a box. Typical. Two strange, gorgeous men walked out of the forest, and they addressed Gordon like she was part of the luggage. Then she saw someone else. He stood farther back between the trees, half hidden in shadow. He was not as tall as the blonde men, but there was nothing small about him. Dark hair. Muscular frame. Jeans. A workout jacket hanging open enough for her to glimpse hard lines beneath. His face was partly obscured by the angle of the light, but she caught the shape of his mouth, the cut of his jaw, the stillness of him. Stillness like that did not belong to someone harmless. His arms were folded over his chest. One knee bent slightly. He looked relaxed, but Evie had the sudden, certain feeling that he could move faster than anything she had ever seen. Something pulled at her. Not a thought. Not curiosity. Something lower and stranger. Her feet shifted before she decided to move. One step. Then another. Her body felt awkward, disconnected, as if invisible strings had been tied around her bones and someone in the trees had given them a gentle tug. The dark-haired man tipped his head down. Then he stepped backward and vanished among the trunks. Evie stopped. One of the blonde strangers was watching her now. Not casually. Not politely. His expression had sharpened, as if she had done something important without realizing it. She looked from him to the trees, then back at Gordon. Her father had noticed nothing. The blonde man approached her. "Greetings," he said. "My name is Adrian." Up close, he seemed even larger. Evie had to tilt her head back to meet his eyes. "I'm Evelyn," she said. "Evie, usually." Adrian studied her for a moment, then glanced toward Gordon. The look was brief, but Evie caught it. Concern, maybe. Or warning. He reached into his pocket and handed her a card. A phone number had been written across it in messy, slanting handwriting. "If you need anything, call." Evie took it because refusing felt rude, but she did not put it away yet. "Thanks," she said slowly. "But I do not know you." His smile showed bright teeth. It should have made him look friendly. It almost did. "No," he said. "But sometimes a friendly face is useful out here." The skin along her arms prickled. "Is that supposed to scare me?" "It is supposed to prepare you." His gaze drifted past her again, toward the cabin and Gordon. "This land is not gentle. I do not think your father will adjust well." Evie gave a short laugh before she could stop herself. "He does not adjust well to anything." Adrian's mouth twitched. Then he turned and rejoined the other blonde man, who was still speaking with Gordon. Their conversation lasted only another minute. Evie heard none of it clearly. Her attention kept sliding back to the place where the dark-haired man had disappeared. She watched the trees until Adrian and his companion left. Nothing moved. After that, the day sank into boxes, dust, and uncomfortable silence. Evie carried in what she could. Gordon carried in more, making sure she noticed. They unpacked the downstairs first, then Gordon's room, which he chose without discussion because it was on the ground floor. He hated sleeping above ground level. He always had. That left the room at the top of the stairs for Evie. It turned out to be the best room in the cabin. Bigger than she expected. High ceiling. Wide window facing the forest. An attached bathroom with old tile and a clawfoot tub that had seen better days but still made her smile. It had probably been meant as the master bedroom. For once, Gordon's habits had worked in her favor. She spent hours making the room feel like hers. Sheets on the bed. Books on the shelf. Chargers near the outlet. Toiletries in the bathroom. A few photos propped on the dresser, mostly of New York, because she was not ready to pretend she did not miss it. By the time she got to her clothes, her arms ached. She was bending over the bottom drawer, pushing folded jeans into place, when something moved behind her. Before she could turn, a hard body closed around her from the back. One arm locked beneath her chest. The other hand covered her mouth. The palm was huge, hot, and rough, and the fingers brushing her cheek ended in nails too long and sharp to be normal. Evie tried to scream. The sound died against his hand. Panic tore through her. She kicked backward. Hit him with her elbows. Clawed at his wrist. Nothing worked. He might as well have been stone. His arm held her in place without effort, and the more she struggled, the more aware she became of the body behind her. Tall. Strong. Male. Very, very dangerous. One of his hands shifted lower, settling against her stomach just above the waistband of her jeans. Fear turned sharp enough to think through. Fine, then. Evie lifted her foot and slammed her heel down on his as hard as she could. The man grunted. Good, she thought wildly. Hope that hurt. His grip did not loosen. A low voice sounded close to her ear. I am not here to hurt you. The voice went through her body like a deep drumbeat. Dark. Rough. Too close. She made an angry muffled sound into his palm. He seemed amused. She could not see his face, but she felt it somehow, the faint change in him, the almost smile. Submit. The word was not shouted. It did not need to be. It rolled through her with a force that made every muscle go slack at once. Evie froze in horror. Her mind screamed at her to fight, but her body no longer listened. Her knees softened. Her hands fell uselessly to her sides. She would have collapsed if he had not been holding her. Safe, he murmured. You are safe, little one. This will only take a moment. He pulled her tighter against him. The hand on her stomach began to heat. Not body heat. Something stranger. It spread beneath his palm and sank through her clothes into her skin, warm at first, then almost burning. Evie's breath caught. A strange tingle moved outward from the place he touched, crawling through her belly, her ribs, her spine. The man went rigid behind her. For one suspended second, neither of them moved. Then the heat vanished. So did he. Evie stumbled forward and spun around, fists raised, breath coming too fast. The room was empty. The window was shut. The door was closed. No floorboard creaked. No shadow crossed the wall. There was no sign that anyone had been there at all. Except her skin still tingled where his hand had rested. She pressed her palm over the spot. What the hell was that? No answer came. Her gaze went to the jeans she had been wearing earlier, folded over the chair. She grabbed them and pulled the card from the back pocket. Adrian's number stared back at her. For the first time, calling a stranger from the woods did not seem like the worst idea in the world. Gordon. The fence was coming along. Gordon drove another post into the ground and paused to wipe sweat from his forehead with the back of his arm. The afternoon air was cold, but the work was hard enough to warm him. The backyard was a mess of tools, wire, cut wood, and churned up dirt. By the end of the week, if weather held, the cabin would have a proper barrier around it. It would keep out most animals. Not the ones he wanted. For them, a fence was never going to be enough. He looked up at the second floor window. Evie's room. She had grown into a beautiful girl. That was unfortunate. Beauty drew attention, and attention complicated things. Worse, she looked too much like her mother. Same eyes. Same mouth. Same softness around the face that made Gordon think of the woman who had ruined everything. His grip tightened around the hammer. His daughter. His blood. His shame. Half-breed. The word had followed her since infancy, even if she did not know it. Gordon had looked into her crib when she was small and wondered how anything born from him could be so wrong. If she had not carried his blood, if there had not been that one thin thread tying her to him, he might have ended it then. He should have. Now she was older, and the thing inside her was harder to ignore. He wondered how long it would take them to notice. How long before they came creeping out of the woods, drawn by her scent, pretending to be men. If they came on their own, good. He was ready. If they did not, he could make them come. A small cut would be enough. Blood and fear carried well in these woods. They would smell her. They would come running. At least then she would finally be useful. Gordon smiled to himself and turned back to the fence. After night had fallen and Evie was certain that her father was sleeping, she pulled out her cell phone, and the card in her back pocket. She ran her fingers over the raised numbers and then dialed them. She was a little surprised there was any cell service out here. Hello? She recognized Adrian's voice. Adrian? This is Evie. We just met today if you remember. There was a surprised pause on the other end, and she heard the background noise go silent. It made her nervous. Perhaps she shouldn't have called. It's just she needed to know what was going on, and she had a feeling Adrian knew. Moreover, absent the noise of the city, she felt lonelier than ever. Greetings, Evie. I admit I did not expect to hear from you so soon. I wanted to talk to you. Can we meet at the forest line in front of my house, or is that too far for you? No, it isn't too far. I'll make my way there now. Thank you. See you soon. Soon. He murmured, and then the line went dead. She took a deep breath. What if he was a psycho or something? Still, he might have the answers she needed. It was cold outside if the air coming through her open window was any indication, so she donned a fresh pair of jeans and a thick, but flattering sweater. She finger-combed her hair and climbed out her window, dropping down off the roof to land softly on the grass. Luckily for her, the cabin wasn't too high up. She made her way to the tree line and turned back to inspect the cabin. There were no windows with a view of where she was, so if her father decided to look outside he'd be none the wiser. He watched as she entered the forest line, entered his territory. If she only knew what she was been raised the way she should have been. It would be nothing then, for him to approach her. He wouldn't risk the fear of this beautiful creature, at least no more so than he did in anyone else. He couldn't seem to take his eyes off of her. His body still ached from holding her up against him. The way she submitted out of sheer effect rather than duty still played in his mind over and over again. She smelled like sandalwood and satin. He knew she would never want him, but he could be satisfied with the sight of her, couldn't he? His lip curled when he scented Adrian nearby, but he kept himself in check. His wolf hated the idea of another male near the half-breed, but Adrian was here on his orders to ensure her safety. He would put up with it. After all, she didn't belong to him. Evie. Evie studiously pretended not to notice the strange man watching her again. He was hidden further back in the forest, but she knew he was there. She could just barely make out his features as she gazed at him from beneath her eyelashes. Why was he watching and not saying anything? She turned from her thoughts when she heard a stick snap, relaxing when she realized it was Adrian. Evie. What was it you needed to speak with me about? His friendly, open expression belied the brevity of his words. Should she beat around the bush or just be straight with him? She opted for the latter. Why did you really meet us when we got here? She kept her tone gentle and non-accusatory. He nodded as if he expected the question. Would you be angry if I told you I was not at liberty to say? No, though you're just escalating my curiosity. Be warned, if you don't tell me, I'll go looking for answers on my own. He chuckled at her statement. I have no doubt you will. Was this all you wanted to talk about? He seemed unimpressed with her insistence but also amused. She pouted internally. Well, no. Something odd happened to me earlier. Oh? Yes. Someone grabbed me, told me they didn't mean any harm, and then told me to submit. I did. It was like I had no choice. Then he put his hand on my stomach, and it got warm. Then he just disappeared. She watched his reaction carefully. She knew how crazy she probably sounded. He seemed almost like he already knew what happened to her. Her suspicion that he was part of this whole thing grew. I had a feeling you would know what happened. Adrian closed his eyes and tilted his head back slightly. It was almost like he was listening to someone speak or sing. She wondered what he was doing and was about to ask when his eyes opened, glinting with purpose. I will admit to you that something is happening. It does involve you. I also ask that you have patience. At this time knowing would endanger you. He held up his hand to stop her when she opened her mouth to protest. Let it be for now, Evie. You will know when the time is right. I would like to ask you a question, and I need you to take it seriously. Okay. She murmured. Do you believe in magic? She blinked. Yes. She glared at him as if daring him to laugh at her for hanging on to the belief that magic was real. She was sure he would mock her or smirk. All he did was nod in a practical way. Good. I can tell you that magic has something to do with all this. Will you tell me sometime what all this is about? He nodded and smiled gently at her. All of this was freaking her out, and her head was spinning. She jumped when she heard a low animalistic growl behind her, and that same dark voice from before broke the quiet of the evening. You will know soon, little one. Come, Adrian. Evie whirled around, but there was no one there. Whoever that guy was, he sure had the vanishing act down. She turned back to Adrian and sighed. That was the same guy as before. What did you do before? Adrian asked curiously. I stomped on his foot. Adrian's eyes widened, and he threw his head back and burst into laughter. Well, that's one way to handle it. He smirked and patted her arm in a reassuring way. Have patience. Remember to call if you need me. Then he turned with a wave and walked deeper into the forest. Evie ran a hand through her hair. It was a long week and an even longer day. She wondered if life would always be like this in her new home. She walked back to the cabin and entered the same way she left. She was more than ready for bed at this point, and hoping for now that her life might calm down some. Evie couldn't remember a time when she felt so bored. She made her way into the kitchen to get something for breakfast, trying to figure out how she was going to pass the time when her father spoke up. Ev. We need groceries and some other supplies. Go and pick some up. He handed her a wad of money. She blinked at it in surprise. No problem. I'll need the keys too. You can walk. She blinked owlishly at him. Dad, the nearest village is like 10 miles away, and you want me to walk there and then walk back with a bunch of groceries? He shrugged. Not my problem. I have things to do that I need the truck for. He got up and rinsed his dishes. I suggest you get to it. Then he was gone, walking out of the cabin without so much as a fare thee well. She glared at his retreating form. If looks could kill, she would be parentless. Shit. She muttered. She pulled out her phone and made her way up to her room. She stayed silent and listened to the sound of the truck driving off fade into nothing. Sure that she was alone, she dialed Adrian's phone number. Evie? Hey, Adrian. I hate to do this to you, but I'm in a bit of a bind. Are you alright? Yes. I have a favor to ask, and you can totally tell me to go to hell for asking if you want. I'll understand. He chuckled at her. What do you need? I need a ride into town. My dad asked me to get groceries today, but I'm not allowed to use his truck. Is he mad? The nearest village is 10 miles away. It's already noon. There is no way you'd make it back before dark, and the forest is dangerous. If I don't get them, he'll be furious with me. Sorry to ask, but I don't know anyone else here. There was a long moment of silence and some muffled speaking. I'll be there to pick you up in 10 minutes. Thank you. I can give you gas money. Don't worry about that. Thanks again. See you. See you. He hung up, and she collapsed on her bed gratefully, before realizing she only had 10 minutes to get ready. She ran to the closet and pulled on a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, throwing her pajamas on the floor in a haphazard pile. She brushed her hair and teeth, and she was ready to go by the time Adrian knocked on the door. She ran down the steps and opened it up, smiling at him in greeting. Thanks again. She paused. No car? The parking area in front of the cabin was empty. He chuckled. I do have one, but we won't be needing it. There's a place closer by that we can go. Really? There wasn't anything on the map. Adrian snorted. The Russian government hasn't updated those maps in years. This place wouldn't be on it. She began to follow him through the forest, taking careful note of where they were going. After about 20 minutes of walking, the forest just stopped suddenly. They stepped out of the tree line and into what she could only describe as a weird sort of wilderness bazaar. There were stalls set up in a large circle, selling everything from jewelry to food. Beyond the little circle were several buildings. It looked like the tiniest small village she'd ever seen. It also looked untouched by time. She could tell this was a treasure few people ever saw. Adrian halted her before she entered completely. A few rules about this place. Only stick to the stores. Do not hold eye contact with anyone for more than a few seconds, and don't try to haggle. She raised an eyebrow. You know that's a bit mental, right? He chuckled at her. I know. But believe me. These people are superstitious, and breaking those rules will have you thrown out faster than you can blink. She nodded. Thanks for telling me. No problem. The primary grocer is further in the village right on the main road. But I would look at the stalls too. They sell some fascinating things. I do have business with someone who lives here, so I'll meet you in an hour? Sounds like a plan. He nodded, and she watched him walk off. Shaking her head, she decided to go straight to the grocery first. Luckily they seemed to have everything she needed and soon she had plenty of supplies. They would be good for at least a week, and a cheaply priced satchel to carry them in. She even had some money left over, and 20 minutes before Adrian came to find her. She walked out to the stalls and sat her satchel down inside the tree line. She'd seen a few others do the same before walking off into the woods. Briefly, she wondered how many people lived in cabins like hers. She moved from stall to stall, greeting everyone with a smile and limited eye contact. One booth sold homemade clothing of high quality, as well as clothes she probably got from a thrift shop and modified. She would keep that in mind when she started to need new clothing. The next booth sold baked goods. The aroma coming from that stand was fantastic, and she couldn't resist buying a simple yet mouth-watering confection called a vatrushka. It was a pastry bread with a cream cheese filling. She had a feeling she would be buying one anytime she came here. The next booths held leather horse gear, belts, and boots, herbs and spices, and the last stand were a jewelry booth. She stopped there, smiling at the shop owner. She was an older woman and seemed like the type of old granny most people would find comforting. Evie looked at all the various pendants she was selling until one, in particular, caught her eyes. It was silver and round with a large moonstone in the center and a moon image atop it. How much for this? The old woman grinned at her. An interesting choice. You may have it for free. Evie smiled. Seriously? Thank you. If you saw it, it was meant to be yours. I only kept it for you. She cocked her head. What does that mean? The woman smiled secretively. Never you mind, Moonchild. Now run along and leave an old lady to pack her things. Can I at least help you with that? You did give this to me for free. No. The only thing I ask in return is that you keep that necklace safe. She nodded and put it on, examining it as she walked over to her satchel. She slipped it beneath her shirt just as Adrian came sauntering up behind her. Did you get everything you needed? Yes. They began to walk back through the forest, and she smiled. I love that place, Adrian. He smiled at her. I'm glad. You should consider going there if your father asks you to go to the village again. Just don't tell him of it. Okay. Is this more to do with that whole magic secret business? Yes. When are you going to tell me? She poked his arm jokingly. Eventually. I wish I could tell you more. I am beginning to like you. Why, thank you. You too. You're not so bad. They were both laughing when they got to the clearing. Thank you for helping me out. No problem. Call anytime. She waved goodbye when he walked off, presumably to wherever he lived. She hauled the groceries inside and put them all away. She was just finishing up when her father got back home. That was fast. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Someone saw me walking and offered to drive me there and back. She shrugged. I got lucky. She wasn't completely sure why she didn't just tell him about Adrian. Even if she couldn't tell him about the hidden village, she surely could mention him. But there was some instinct that told her spilling the beans would be a terrible idea. She shivered a bit at the feeling of foreboding. I got everything we needed, and there was even some cash left over. She handed him the remaining $40. He nodded. Good. She sighed and watched as he went into the living room and turned on the television. He would do anything not to talk to her. She bit her lip, fighting against tears that suddenly threatened. She should have been used to this from him by now, but nothing seemed to make it easier every time he treated her like she wasn't worth the grime on his shoe. At least in the city, she could escape from him and wander around. There was always something to do or see there, even if you didn't have money. She sighed and walked outside into the backyard, plopping down in the grass to lay on her back and look up at the sky. It was cloudy, but bits of bright blue made an appearance now and then. It was almost idyllic here. If only she had something to do. She was bored and getting lonelier by the minute. After a while of sky-gazing, Evie decided to explore the surrounding forest area. It couldn't hurt to know the lay of the land, right? She got up and started roaming about, keeping careful track of what was where in correlation to the cabin. By the time she got tired enough to go back home, the sun was setting and she couldn't help but feel strange as she watched her father washing dishes through the kitchen window. Some instinct was telling her that things were about to get bad. As she made her way back inside, she shook it off. What could go bad? She and her dad never got along, and there was nothing dangerous here. She was probably just still adjusting. He stalked through the forest, eyes missing nothing. He'd been hunting for most of his life, stalking the beasts who stalked the world. How little everyone knew. How blind humanity was. Gordon stopped believing in God a long time ago. All he believed in now was himself, his mission, and the fact that the apocalypse was on its way and that it would be started by what he hunted. They were fell beasts, his prey. They looked like any other man. They could look you in the eye and you would notice nothing different about them at all until they started sprouting fur and fangs. That's what made them so insidious and hard to exterminate. They could be anyone, your neighbor, your wife. He shuddered as he thought of his own wife. That was the worst betrayal of all. She'd been one of them. Oh, she'd never turned into a beast. But there were things about her that should not have been possible. She had reflexes that only made sense if she'd been an athlete. She was never sick. She could run too fast. There was a restlessness in her spirit that never seemed to end. It wasn't until the order brought him in that he realized what she was. Arthurian. Gordon sneered at the thought. They were the worst of all. At least the full-blooded beasts didn't pretend to live amongst decent people. They couldn't with the animal nature that ruled their hearts. But Therians, the offspring of a beast and a human often several generations removed, were sly. They appeared almost completely normal, but unlike their kin there was nothing to give them away except small signs that were easily written off. Gordon didn't write anything off. When the order, a secret society within his church, found him, he'd been a fool. They had seen his wife for what she was, and his daughter too, and sought to warn him. Once he learned the truth, he'd known they had to die. It was hard to kill his wife, but he'd done it for the greater good. His daughter had given him pause, though. She was just a young girl, innocent and adoring. He'd been unable to kill her. How many times had he stood outside her room, trying to force himself to finally do what he should have done long ago? Why did he not take any of the order up on their offer to take care of it for him? Something stopped him every time, though he didn't know what. The snapping of a twig sharpened his focus, and he put thoughts of his daughter away. The problem of Evie would wait. He moved through the trees with a grace that years of experience lent him. His prey was just up ahead, a female gathering herbs. It was easy pickings in this part of the world. The werewolves in the city were harder, wary, and more dangerous, never letting their females out alone. Going after the women and children was far easier than going after the males. The males of the species were too powerful to take head-to-head. The hunter's history was full of that bloody lesson. The way to wipe them out was targeting their future. It was distasteful, of course. But it was for the greater good. He stalked the woman silently, specially equipped gun at the ready, silencer already on it. No need to draw attention to himself. Finally, she stopped to harvest some herb and he had his shot. Gordon aimed his gun and pulled the trigger with no hesitation. He waited several minutes as she died and finally walked over to her body. It was important to make absolutely certain of the kill. The order kept detailed records. She was dead. He patted her down for some form of identification. Not surprisingly, she didn't have any. The wolves in this part of the world were different. They didn't seem to mingle with humans much, and those he'd killed thus far didn't seem to have any form of ID on them. He'd taken out 4 since moving here. This was just the calm before the storm, of course. The more he killed, the more likely they would realize it was him. It would be some time, though. That was the only upside of having a Thurian for a daughter. Most wolves assumed because she still lived, that he wouldn't be hunting them. That was the excuse he gave the order for not killing her yet. He made his way back to the cabin, putting his rifle in the safe and checking on Edie. She'd taken to wandering the forest and he didn't like it, though he supposed there wasn't much better to do around here. She was pretty, focused on her sketchpad in the living room. Did he love her? He supposed he had once before he'd known what she was. It was sad, really. Her bloodline was no fault of hers. But he knew that bad blood will out just as it always did. Eventually, she would catch the notice of some werewolf and be drawn into their world. That, he supposed, was when he would finally kill her. Better to do it himself than let her birth more abominations into the world. Sure in his purpose, he went to his bedroom without a word. Adrian. He walked up to the dead woman. Her name was Megan, and she left behind a mate and 2 pups. She was the 4th of his own kind he'd found murdered. The only sign of the murderer was a trail of disturbed foliage leading away from the woman. There didn't seem to be any scent. That could only mean one thing. Adrian. Another one? Adrian bowed his head as his alpha approached. Yes. No scent. Hunters. It must be. We must restrict pack movements until the hunter can be found and dealt with. Sebastian, his alpha, sounded calm and almost bored like he usually did, but Adrian knew him well enough to know there was fury burning beneath the stillness. What of the Durian? Should we not bring her into our protection? We must be careful. I have my suspicions about her father. Surely the father of a Durian would not do this. Have you seen how he looks at her? That man bears no love for his daughter. Adrian knew exactly what Sebastian spoke of. But how did Sebastian know? Adrian suppressed a knowing smirk. His alpha seemed to have an interest in Evie. It was a good thing too, the man was too often alone. Surely his life would be brightened by Evie's warm presence in it. Yes. How shall we do this? It must be done carefully. Her parting with her father must not distance her from the pack. We must make him reveal himself. What if he hurts her? I doubt he will, or else he would have done so already. Adrian had his doubts, but it was not his place to question Sebastian. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that Evie wasn't going to come out of this unscarred. I'll tell everyone to stay firmly away from Evie's cabin and the surrounding forest. She leaned against the doorframe and watched her father's truck disappear down the dirt road, throwing up dust behind it. Where was it he went all the time? She worked up the courage to ask him just yesterday, and he told her he had a job with a local lumber company. Even though she had no reason to disbelieve him, she couldn't help but feel he was lying to her. Perhaps it had been something off in his expression or tone. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. Then there was the wad of cash in her hand. He tasked her with getting supplies again, once more expecting her to walk to town to get it. She sighed. At least she now knew about the secret market. Evie grabbed the duffel bag she purchased last time and started making her way there. Frankly, she was excited to be going. At least it would be a change of pace from the cabin. The forest was beautiful, but she had very little human interaction except for her occasional phone conversations with Adrian and what little terse communication she had with her father. Truth be told, she was lonely. She frowned as she walked, drawn from her internal monologue by a sense of danger running down her spine. She halted where she was and listened harder. She could have sworn she heard something. For a long, tense moment she began to wonder if she was hearing things, but then, there. A sort of pained whimpering sound. With a furrowed brow, she made her way quietly towards the sound. Once she reached it, she stared in shock. There, on the ground, was a very young girl. She couldn't have been more than 12. She was covered in blood and it had soaked the ground beneath her. She was pale as a sheet and barely conscious. Oh my God. Evie ran over to the girl and knelt beside her. Sweetie? Sweetie, can you hear me? She tried again in Russian, but the girl didn't answer her either time. She looked too far gone, and Evie was no medic. She pulled out her phone. Please have service. She saw that it did and thanked her lucky stars. Adrian had a truck and could get this girl to a hospital. She knew it would take the emergency service, located in the nearest large town, at least an hour or two to get here. She dialed Adrian. Come on, pick up. Hey, Evie. He sounded lazily tired. Adrian. Her tone must have alerted him to the fact that not all was right. What's wrong? There's a girl in the forest. She's lost a lot of blood, and my dad took his truck with him. I was about halfway to the market you showed me. I'll be there in a few minutes. Stay with her. I will. Thank you. They both hung up. The girl seemed more aware now and was staring at her with wide, terrified eyes. She was scrambling to sit up and got part way there before falling over again. Evie knelt down and helped the girl to lay on her lap so she wasn't face to the dirt. The poor thing was shaking and sobbing. Evie tried to soothe her as best she could, and finally ended up singing her songs from the Phantom of the Opera. For some reason, it was all she could remember right then. Finally, the sound of someone crashing through the underbrush drew her full attention. Adrian was at her side in a few seconds and she nearly sobbed in relief. The girl cried out weakly and reached her hands for Adrian. "It's all right, Sophie," he murmured. He leaned down and picked her up. Evie stood also and followed him to his truck, which was at her cabin. He laid her down in the truck bed and turned to Evie. "Can you ride with her to stabilize her while we drive? I'm going to be going fast and I don't want her rolling around in her condition." "Of course." Evie hopped in the bed of the truck and held the girl, who now clung to her. Adrian meant it when he told her he'd be driving fast. He drove down the main road at alarming speed until he came to a gravel road turn-off that she'd never noticed before. He turned onto it and before she knew it they had arrived. He laid down on the horn several times and finally a woman came running out of the cabin. She had dreadlocks wrapped back in a headscarf and wore a cami and a skirt. She wore no shoes and was covered in tattoos, her ebony skin flawless under the sun. She glided rather than run. Evie had never seen anyone so graceful. She hopped up into the back of the truck and when their eyes met she registered shock, but that was quickly replaced by concern when she took in the girl, Sophie. "Poor thing. This is serious. Come, Adrian. Bring her into my cabin." Evie followed and stood by the doorframe while Adrian laid Sophie on the coffee table in the living room. Adrian made his way over to her and they both watched as the strange woman began to chant over the little girl. "Adrian, is she a nurse or something? She is a true witch. She came here from Nigeria illegally many years ago. She is a powerful healer. Wow. I thought you said you believe in magic." "I do. You seem surprised." "I believe in magic, but as far as I know I've never seen it before, or met anyone who could do it." Adrian moved some of Evie's hair back from her face. "You're covered in blood." "So are you." He smirked but it was strained. He clearly knew the little girl. She rubbed his arm consolingly. "You okay?" "I am very concerned about her." "Is she your niece or something?" "No, the child of a long-time friend. I've known her since she was a baby." She wondered at the slip-up but decided it was just stress-induced. They both watched as the woman chanted and made some sort of strange motions with her hands, as though drawing some sort of symbols in the air. It was a long process but Evie felt spellbound by it. Finally, the woman lifted Sophie and sat her on the couch, covering her with a quilted blanket, and then turned to survey them. She smiled a bit. "You two look frightful. Adrian, you go to the guest room and clean up. I've notified Sebastian and he will be by soon." Adrian's expression closed down, and he seemed almost angry. He glanced meaningfully in her direction. Who was Sebastian and why didn't Adrian want her to know about him? The woman rolled her eyes. "Deal with it. I will take the blame." Adrian nodded and moved away. She caught the woman's gaze. "What happened there?" "It is not my place to say, dear. Come, you got the worst of it. I'm afraid those clothes are ruined. Take a shower in my room, and you may borrow some of my clothes." "Thank you." "How is she?" "Stable. She will need some time to recover of course, but she will live." They walked into the woman's bedroom which was very bohemian chic and she wasted no time peeling off her blood-soaked jeans and shirt. She felt that modesty in front of other women was not necessary. "Who is Sebastian?" "You should ask Sebastian that." Evie sighed and gave up. She didn't want to push the woman. After all, she was a witch. She grabbed a shower, making it as quick as possible. When she came out wrapped in a towel she heard the rumble of a very deep voice. It sent shivers down her spine and what's more, she recognized it. It was that same voice from the guy in her room and the one in the woods. Was this the mysterious Sebastian? She pulled on the skirt and blouse, throwing her wet hair into a braid and very relieved to no longer be covered in blood. Something very fishy was going on and if the source of it was this Sebastian fellow, then she meant to get to the bottom of it somehow. Maybe she de-grill the guy. Or deck him for scaring the crap out of her before. If she couldn't get answers from Sebastian, she would grill Adrian. And poor Sophie. She wanted to sit with the girl for a bit and make sure for herself that she was okay. She took a deep breath, opened the bedroom door, and walked out. She walked towards the living room and paused next to the healer which would help them. The woman was watching Adrian and who she assumed was Sebastian as they visited with Sophie. The little girl was staring up at Sebastian adoringly. It was clear she loved him. Perhaps they were related. "So, what is your name?" she murmured to the woman. The lady smiled at her. "Naomi. I provide healing to the locals around here since the hospital is so far away. I'm also the local midwife." "I'm Evie." "I know. You do? This isn't a big place as far as population goes. A new resident is news. Good news, I hope." "Certainly. You saved that girl's life. If you hadn't found her and thought to call Adrian, she'd have bled out in the forest. She and her family owe you a life debt." "No one owes me anything," Naomi smirked. "That isn't how they will see it." She gestured towards Sebastian. It was no more or less than anyone should do in that situation. "Speaking of which, it's been a hell of a day. There was a pack of smokes in my jeans, did you?" "On the kitchen table." "Thanks." She walked into the kitchen and grabbed a cigarette, walking outside. Whatever the three of them were talking about, she had a distinct impression that she wasn't welcome. It threw her off. Adrian had always been welcoming, but now it was like she was an intruder. Evie knew this wasn't about her. She knew that this was probably in her head, but she suddenly felt lonelier than she ever had. The shock of finding a child bleeding to death in the forest and the events that followed it were only now sinking in, and she was starting to shake. She blinked away unexpected tears and took a long drag on her cigarette, blowing the smoke out slowly, letting the chemical rush soothe her. She was halfway through when the door behind her opened. "You have my gratitude." The deep voice pulled her to the present, and she turned around slowly to see him for the first time up close. Masculine features, yellow-green eyes that seemed to see more than she was comfortable with, broad shoulders and a muscular frame gave her a sense of being seriously outclassed in every way. Something inside her screamed that she was prey. She ignored her gut reaction. He wasn't being aggressive at all. Maybe she was just projecting her emotionally erratic state onto him or something. "I'm glad I found her in time," she murmured. "I never asked Naomi, do you know what happened?" Sophie was shot. "Shot?" She felt her brows raise as surprise registered. Who would shoot a child? She is not the first. There have been many such incidents. She is the first to survive it, however. That's awful. And you knew nothing about it? His eyes were boring into hers. Indignation rushed through her. "You think I shot her?" She could hear the anger in her own voice. Adrian walked out, expression wary as he looked between the two of them. "I think the shootings began when you and your father arrived and not before," Sebastian growled. But then his expression softened slightly. "That said, no. I do not believe it was you who shot her." What he left unsaid rang in the air anyway. "You think it was my dad?" Adrian stepped forward. "It is a hard coincidence to ignore, you must admit," he murmured. His expression was sympathetic, as if her father's guilt was a foregone conclusion. "No. No way. My dad is an asshole, okay, but he wouldn't shoot someone." "Do you truly believe that?" Sebastian questioned, his eyes narrowed. "Of course," she murmured. "If anyone should be under suspicion, maybe it should be the guy who sneaks into women's rooms and grabs them." There was no real venom in her voice, but her words had the desired effect. The suspicious, questioning look left his gaze. "Sophie was asking for you." It was a dismissal if she ever heard one. With a sigh, she entered the living room and crouched down by Sophie. "Hey, sweetie." The little girl smiled. "Thank you, Mississippi Edie." "Anytime." "Are you in pain? Can I get you anything?" "No. Miss Naomi is taking good care of me." She shifted slightly and winced. "I know you love your daddy. But I heard what Sebastian said to you. He thinks your daddy did this to me." "Did you see who did?" "No. They shot from behind." "I'm sorry, sweetie." She brushed her hair from her face and pulled the blanket up a bit higher so Sophie would be warm. "Just, please don't ignore Sebastian. He's never wrong. I don't want you to get shot too." Evie smiled warmly at the girl. If anyone tries to shoot me, sweetie, I'll shoot them first. Sophie giggled a little, then winced. You should sleep, Sophie. I will. Will you come and visit me? If Miss Naomi is okay with it, I'd love to. She glanced over at Naomi, who nodded and smiled. Seemingly pleased with her answer, Sophie burrowed into the blanket. Evie stroked her hair until she fell asleep. Evie stood up and stretched, making her way into the kitchen. Sebastian was standing by the window. Naomi told her to have some tea and made her way into the living room. Sebastian turned to look at her, watching carefully as she made her tea. She sat at the kitchen table and returned his stare. What was that? That night when you broke into my room? That is not for you to know. Says you. I don't recall making you king of my life. He turned to face her fully. I am not used to people speaking to me like that. Evie raised her eyebrow. I'm not used to people breaking into my room and telling me to submit. The corner of his mouth tilted up slightly. Very well. It was a test. A test of what? My ability to handle A, B, and E? No. I can tell you no more for now. She studied his expression very carefully. He seemed sincere and genuine, like he wasn't hiding anything she wasn't ready to know. For some reason she found herself trusting his judgment. She blinked and shook her head a little. It seemed like he had some sort of powerful charisma about him that she was highly susceptible to. You guys are all about the cloak and dagger around here, aren't you? He cocked his head as he watched her sip her tea. I suppose it must seem that way to you. For now, just know that you will know everything in due time. Keeping it from you is for your own protection. He walked up next to her, so that she had to look up to meet his gaze. He cupped her face in his hand as his eyes captured hers. We will not forget what you have done for Sophie. It was only after the front door closed behind him that she wondered what he meant by we. Being in the cabin with her father, after experiencing what she had felt like being locked in a room with a murderer. There was no proof and she wanted to believe the best in her father. She watched him as he watched TV, his face blank of any emotions. Then again, what had he ever done to recommend him? He'd never really cared about her, had he? Sure, he'd done his duty and taken care of her until she was old enough to work, and he still allowed her to live with him. In fact, he'd put up a fit the last time she tried to move out. Evie had taken it as love, but was it really? Was there some other reason for keeping her with him? She shook her head and made her way up the stairs to her room, sitting on her bed in silence and listening hard for his footsteps. He didn't follow her up. Why would he? Unless he'd really shot that little girl like Sebastian and Adrian said. And if he had, what if he discovered she knew about it and had helped her survive? What wrath would he unleash on Evie's head? Evie. She jumped like a startled cat and just barely kept from shrieking. Standing by her window was Sebastian. She held up her finger to stall him and listen for any sign that her father had heard her have a small heart attack. Nothing. Are you nuts? What is it with you and sneaking? He raised a brow. I came through your wide-open window and said your name twice. Hardly sneaking. She straightened and laughed nervously. I had some things on my mind. It's not every day your own father is accused of a heinous crime. She murmured, still feeling defensive despite her own doubts about Gordon. I know you owe me nothing, yet I have come to ask for your aid. The words sounded so formal in Sebastian's deep rumbling voice. What do you need? She asked. His eyes glinted at her in the dimly lit room and he walked forward and handed her a shell casing. She looked down at it. Was this? We found it in the underbrush near where the little one was wounded. You have access to his home and his weapons. I ask that you verify whether this bullet is one of your father's. If it is, I must ask you to bring me the gun so that it may be tested. Her eyes widened. That's a big ask, Sebastian. Do you have any idea what he'll do if one of his guns goes missing? He'll blame me and, she sighed when she saw his expression harden. Fine, I'll do it. After all, he was her father, right? He would never hurt her. Not really. You have our thanks. Call Adrian when you have an answer and we will protect you. She nodded and watched as he climbed out her window and made the action look graceful. She shook her head, unable to explain why she believed him. It was going to have to happen while her father slept. There was no other way. Evie stood next to her door and listened so carefully. Once she heard her father snoring away, she dared to open her door. Every step, every creak of the wooden flooring as she put her weight on it threatened to wake her father. She felt like the quieter she tried to be, the louder her breathing and heartbeat got. Surely he could hear it and surely he would wake. Only he didn't. He so much as twitch, just continued to snore. She studied his worn face carefully. Was it the face of a killer? She shivered and crept past him and to the gun cabinet. It wasn't. He locked, and in the bottom was a box of bullets. She looked behind her at her father again to make sure he was still sleeping, and he was. Evie opened the box to compare the shell casings and her heart sank. They were a match as far as she could tell, which made her mission and her doom to follow certain. She put the bullets back carefully. The rifle they matched was hanging right there, hers for the taking. She glanced back and found Gordon still sound asleep, his snore so much white noise. She took a deep breath and grabbed the rifle from its hook. She looked it over to make sure the safety was on. That was when she realized the snoring had stopped. She took a deep breath and turned around. Her father stood in the doorframe glowering down at her. He'd never seemed so large to her before. "What are you doing, Ev?" His voice was calm, almost genial. That terrified her. She'd been ready for yelling. Why was he being nice? I wanted to try learning to shoot. She lied at once, some instinct telling her the truth was out of the question. At this time of night? He questioned. I figured you'd never allow it, so I planned to practice while you were sleeping and replace the bullets on the next town run. She murmured apologetically. Guns are not for little girls. Hand it over. He said, an edge of nastiness crusting over the fake pleasant tone he'd been using. She gulped and handed it over. She'd have to steal it some other time. All of a sudden the butt of the rifle came flying at her and slammed her in the face. She'd had no time to brace, nor any experience with being hit in the face. She collapsed and began to cry immediately. What was happening? He'd never once hit her before. He'd always been mean, but never violent. What do you know? He roared, yanking her up and slamming her into the wall, stealing the breath from her. I don't know what you're talking about. She yelled. Lying slut. You've been mating with them, haven't you? That filth out in the woods? He slammed her into the wall again, this time her head connected with the rough wood, and she saw stars dance in her vision. I didn't. Stop lying. He roared, nearly apoplectic with rage. It burned fanatically in his eyes, and she thought at that moment before he hit her so hard she lost consciousness, that she was going to die. Gordon. He'd overdone it. He looked at her lying on the couch where he'd put her. Her face was swollen and bruised, scraped up beneath the bandages he'd applied. He'd broken a few of her ribs too. A flicker of guilt whispered through him, but it vanished quickly behind self-righteous assurance. He'd had to be sure she wasn't mated to one of those monsters. If she was, it was his duty to finish her off. He knew how those bonds worked. If she'd connected to them, they would have known of her distress and come to aid her. Instead, she was at his mercy. So she'd been a good and loyal daughter after all. It was time to come clean with her. He sat in his chair and waited for her to wake up. Evie. She woke slowly, like coming out of a fog and into the light. Her memory of what happened gaining frightening clarity by the second. She blinked and sat up, regretting it right away when her ribs shot pain through her. They must be broken, some of them. She let out a little moan of pain. I apologize, I had to be hard on you. Gordon. Hard on me, she whispered, horrified. You call this hard on me? You beat me up. She gasped. I had to be sure you weren't with them. Them who? She questioned. Evie, I don't work for a lumber company. I'm a hunter. What I hunt are werewolves. She blinked a few times trying to let that sink in. Then she thought of Sebastian and a few things clicked into place. That odd charisma, the whole submit thing. He was an alpha. Still, her woman beater of a father didn't need to know it. Something inside her soul screamed out that she had to protect him. What? You've gone insane. He shook his head. No. I haven't. I hunt werewolves, and if you've met anyone living in these woods, they are werewolves and they must be exterminated. Then he launched into a tale so terrifying and yet rang so strongly of truth she couldn't help but listen. He worked for a company of men whose sole purpose was to wipe out werewolves. She was supposedly some kind of half-breed and he nearly killed her in her crib but had convinced his buddies to spare her so she could serve as werewolf bait or something. The whole thing was convoluted and so far out of left field. He gave her a moment to absorb what he said and then he uttered the one sentence that made her blood run cold. "Now, it's time for you to serve your purpose." Then he aimed his rifle at her. It was night out now, and hard to see where they were going. All she knew for sure was that she was driven on and on through the forest by the barrel of her father's rifle and the fanatical gleam in his eye. As best she could tell, he was about halfway to the secret market. All those poor people. She couldn't just lead him there, could she? She thought of the nice old lady who'd given her that necklace and called her a moonchild. She thought of how close to death that poor little girl had come and Adrian's kindness, and she halted. "Keep moving," Gordon shouted. She winced at how loud he was in the quiet forest. It was too quiet. Even after how loud they were moving, there should still have been noise from nighttime insects and such. There was nothing at all. She had a feeling that the werewolves he was trying to get her to lead him to were already surrounding them. "Father, what are you doing? Why are you pointing a gun at me?" She didn't have to pretend the tremble that shook her voice. She was afraid for her life and terrified at having discovered that werewolves were a thing. She wasn't sure why she made good bait, but she was pretty sure that was what she was being used as. "Because they no doubt have been sniffing up your skirts since we got here." "They have been having tea, they? You been whoring yourself, girl?" He seemed enraged by the idea. She flushed. Given her home situation, she hadn't really gotten close enough to any men to be whoring herself to anyone. Not to mention, hadn't they covered this already? He was out of his damn mind. "I never did any such thing." Her voice rang with enough indignant offense that he wavered for a second. "Well, even if you haven't been, no doubt you would have before long. Then you wouldn't be my daughter anymore, but they're breeding stock, and I can't have that." He cocked the gun and aimed it right between her eyes. Unable to help herself, she started to cry. "Father, please. I'm your daughter, please stop this. Please? Shut up. I should have ended you in your crib." He shocked her into silence. Not knowing what to say but sure her life was about to end, all she could do was cry. At this range, even if she tried to run, there was no way in hell running was going to help her. "Have you hunter sunk so low as to kill your own offspring? Sebastian." She gasped as he moved up next to her, appearing out of the forest and cleanly moving to stand in front of her. "Is it not bad enough that you kill our little ones?" The menace in his voice curled her toes. She was nearly more afraid of him at that moment than the gun. This was a werewolf, for crying out loud. He didn't meet her gaze, but he nodded. "You had best be running off now, Evie. You will not want to see this." She looked to her father and saw Adrian and someone else she didn't know standing behind him. Had they just arrived, or had she not noticed them before? The gun was now aimed at Sebastian's chest. "That's right, girl. Run away. I'll find you and kill you later." Pain ripped through her heart and she promised herself right there that would be the last time the man who raised her would have any say over her heart. Internally she cut the ties that bound them together. Oddly enough, it had some effect on the wolves around her. She saw it in their body language. She thought about how kind Adrian had been and she looked over at him. He shook his head ever so slightly. He wanted her to stay for some reason. "I'm going nowhere." She was surprised at how calm she sounded, despite still crying her eyes out. That was when Gordon shot the gun. The sound thundered through the forest and Sebastian jerked backward, falling to the forest floor. "Sebastian!" She yelled and knelt at his side as he fell, hoping she could do some good for him, though how he was going to survive this she had no idea. But when she fell to the ground, she fell alone. She blinked and looked up. Sebastian had frozen mid-fall as if someone had hit pause during a movie. Someone was at her side pulling her backward. A man she never met before. "Trust me, you don't want to be close by him when he changes." She nodded and allowed herself to be moved. A few feet away she looked back and she gasped. His entire form was liquid and changing. A great heat was radiating from him, and in a transformation as beautiful as it was disturbing, a great black wolf replaced the man. Evie felt that her heart must be pounding so quickly that everyone could hear it. When Sebastian landed, he landed on his feet, a vicious growl tearing from him, so potent with rage it made even Gordon step back a foot or so. Sebastian's transformation began a chain reaction. Before her eyes, Adrian also changed, as did the man who had pulled her back and every other man who had shown up close to the clearing. Come, child, you don't wish to see what comes next. Naomi? The witch had come into the clearing as calm as a spring morning. Evie latched onto her steady presence, trying to emulate it, and took a deep breath. Naomi smiled gently and held out her hand. Come, let me answer your questions in peace. Your father cannot escape justice now, and there is nothing you can do here but get in the way. She took the woman's hand and let herself be led back to Naomi's cabin, studiously ignoring it when Gordon shouted her name, followed closely by yelping and growling. Are they going to rip him apart? She asked in a whisper as they entered the cabin. Naomi shot her a sympathetic glance but sighed when she looked at the couch. Laying there and whining softly was a juvenile wolf, all legs and ears. Her stomach looked raw and bloody. Is that Sophie? She wondered, problems flooding out of her mind. It is. When the alpha shifts form like that, he tends to take the entire pack with him. It isn't often Sebastian loses control, but when he does, this is what happens. Even the pups shift. She shifted her attention to Sophie. You must change back, little one. You cannot help the pack in its current fight. Let the wolf go. She watched as Naomi tried to get Sophie to retake human form. It took some time, but finally, the little girl she saved took the place of the tiny wolf. She passed out right away, not even seeming to see Edie. Will she be okay? Oh yes, she simply can't control her wolf very well yet. She is doing well for her age, and she will be a strong fighter one day. Naomi turned to her and jumped slightly. My girl, how long was he beating you for? He was not merciful. Sympathy shone in the witch's eyes. I can't even feel it. She murmured and shivered. Come. Naomi ushered her to a comfortable chair near Sophie. You are in shock, darling. What you have been through takes a great deal of strength, and you've done admirably well, but it's time to relax. I don't think I can. She whispered. Do you know that it was Sebastian set me up to take this beating? He asked me to steal Father's gun to prove that he was shooting the folks in the forest. My father might be a monster, but I don't seem to be lacking more of him. I doubt Sebastian meant for this to happen, and it is unfair to blame him. Naomi began to hover her hands over Evie's wounds, chanting rhythmically under her breath. Finally, she stopped. The beating was bad enough that I cannot rid you of all your wounds. You will still have some healing to do, but it will take days now instead of months. Thank you, Naomi, I should go out there. For what possible reason? Surely you don't mean to save your father. I do. Do you honestly think he works alone? There is an entire society of hunters, and if he goes missing suddenly, they will send someone to investigate. I'm not repeating tonight with a stranger. It was bad enough with my father involved. Not to worry, darling. Sebastian has heard you. She gestured to Sophie, who was sleeping. He is the alpha. He can hear and see whatever his pack can hear and see. Now go and change. It seems every time I see you, you are covered in blood. Evie looked down at herself and smirked. Naomi wasn't wrong. Except this time the blood was her own. She made her way for the second time in such a small span to Naomi's closet and pulled on a pair of jeans and a cami. She walked back out, finger combing her hair. Naomi met her with a cup of tea and smirked. What? Evie asked. I've had more company in the time you've lived here than I've had in years. You are a change bringer. Apparently the bad kind. Murmured Evie. Naomi scoffed. Good, bad, who is to say? The world is not as black and white as that. Consider the major changes are likely to your life more than anyone else's. They sat at Naomi's tiny kitchen table. So, werewolves. That's a thing. Evie murmured, letting the steam from the cup of tea comfort her wounded face. Naomi chuckled and sipped her own tea before answering. Yes. Werewolves are a thing, as you put it. They aren't unnatural creatures. Surely you've heard stories of shapeshifters all over the world and throughout history. Obviously, I can't deny what I've already seen with my own eyes, and I want to pretend I didn't already believe in magic. But I'm having trouble with this, Naomi. The other woman nodded, seeming to understand why she felt so stuck. I shall tell you the story of the origin of the werewolves. The lupus antiqua. The goddess of the moon was walking amongst creation one night and saw amongst the children of the gods some whose souls so revered nature that she thought to reward their purity, for she felt a certain kinship with them. She gathered 9 such men about her, and spoke to them, granting them life everlasting and the power to change their forms to one in tune with nature. The 9 men agreed, knowing what an honor they received. The moon goddess, being a goddess, after all, wanted their new forms to be ones which honored her, and so she gifted to the men the form of the creature dearest to her heart, one which always honored her with their songs when she was high in the sky. The wolf. Evie finished for Naomi. Yes, the wolf. Now, the laws of the universe prevented her from granting eternal life to all her children, but she allowed the gift of the wolf to many others she felt a kinship to. But the original 9 are the first and oldest of the werewolves. Sebastian is one of the 9, and the only one who has never abandoned his pack. I know that you blame him, but take into consideration that above all else he puts his pack. As valuable as you are, my dear, your life is nothing to him in comparison. Every life here is his responsibility, and you are not his pack. When it was put like that, Evie felt a little ashamed for her nasty thoughts towards Sebastian. After all, the picture was bigger than her. She was making her way back home from Naomi's cottage, having been assured she was safe to go to her cabin now. Her mind was oddly calm given everything she just learned. She lived in the wilderness with werewolves. First thing was to find out what happened to her father. The next thing was to get the hell out of Dodge and go back to America, get a job, and move on with her life. There was too much going on here that she did not sign up for. Having developed a plan gave her great purpose, and she was walking into the small clearing surrounding her cabin in record time. She came to halt, some sense telling her she wasn't alone. She looked up, and standing in the doorway were Adrian and Sebastian, each leaning against one side of the door frame, making sure she couldn't avoid them. She took a deep bracing breath, squared her shoulders and walked up to them, refusing to stop as she neared them. They moved aside for her. That was a small victory. She wasn't sure how she knew that, but it was. She halted when she took in the cabin though, smirk fading. The fading wallpaper was bloodied, and so was the wooden wall where her father had slammed her against it. Her blood was all over the floor. Shattered glass glittered dimly under the light coming in through the window. Clearly she put up a struggle. On the couch where she woken was the med kit. Why had her father bothered to patch her up at all if he was just going to kill her? Then again, a child killer probably didn't have the sanest of motivations. She took a deep breath, very aware of the 2 werewolves behind her. If they wanted to talk, they could talk. She needed to be doing something. She grabbed the paper towels and they watched as she cleaned her own blood up from the floor and walls. Only once she grabbed the broom did she finally break the silence. Is my father still alive? She kept her voice calm and gentle even though it felt kind of like someone was screaming in her head. The broken glass from the gun case tinkled as he swept it into the dustpan and threw it away. It didn't take her long to get rid of any evidence of foul play. The only indicator was the busted gun cabinet. He lives. He was sent to emergency surgery to fix the damage Sebastian did to him, and once he has recovered enough, he'll be jailed. How will any of this be explained to the authorities? She questioned. The village nearest us is all werewolves who have chosen a less rustic life. They are all pack. Adrian was answering her, but it was Sebastian's presence she felt the most. She understood in that moment that she was furious with him. She knew it made no sense to blame him for what her father was, for being the catalyst for things coming to a head. But all she could think of in that moment was how if it hadn't been for him, she could still be holding out some hope that her father actually loved her. Suddenly she wanted to rip into the man who saved her life. She took several moments to gather herself and turned to face them. Sebastian's eyes bored into hers. Searching. Whatever he found there he seemed to expect. He nodded at her once and then left the cabin. Adrian watched him go and seemed to want to say something. Defending him isn't in your best interest at the moment, she murmured. Adrian held up his hand in a placating way. Evie, there are things you need to understand. I know you want to run away. I can smell it on you, but you cannot leave here. His sincerity alarmed her. Gone was the mischievous twinkle in his blue eyes. Gone was his ever-ready smirk. What do you mean? She asked. There is a reason we sought you out when you showed up. There is a reason Sebastian tested you that night when you moved in. She remembered that night well. It looked like she would finally be getting some answers. She sat down on the sofa and he sat next to her. "Go ahead," she said. "I know that by now Naomi has told you our origin story?" "That Sebastian is a lupus antiqua?" she asked. "It makes sense you'd focus on that part." "Yes, he is. But what concerns you are the others that are not immortal who received the moon goddess's gifts. Some of them, lone wolves, choose to live amongst humanity with no pack to support them. Your mother was such a one." "How do you know that?" "How do you know she wasn't normal?" she whispered. It made sense, combined with her father's horrific tale, but she wanted all the information. "As soon as you entered our territory we knew one of our own had come. Yet you did not shift, and you lived with a human. It was not hard to figure out that you were a half-breed. It happens when a lone wolf or Thurian chooses a human for a mate and has a child." "Are you saying I'm not human, Adrian?" "I'm saying you aren't completely human. Have you ever been sick? Were you always faster and stronger than your classmates? Do you have a strong sense of smell?" She blinked a few times as tears threatened to spill. She felt sick. She was only part human? "Stop," she whispered. "I cannot. You must accept what you are, Edie. You belong with a pack that can support and protect you. Can you guarantee the other hunters know nothing of you?" Her eyes widened and she looked at him in shock. She hadn't thought of that. "They definitely do," she whispered, horrified. Adrian nodded. "These monsters kill children, Edie. They won't have any problem killing you. The hunters use the powers of seers, and if we had killed your father, they would have known. It buys us time to prepare for those that will come. When your father fails to check in with them, they will send hunters to investigate why. If it gets back to them how large this pack actually is, they will send a small army of hunters. Keeping your father alive buys us all time. Sebastian has connections which will prevent utter disaster from befalling the pack, but you will not make it on your own. You need us. You need Sebastian. And if I refuse?" she questioned. "Then we will let you go, Edie." He looked very sad when he said that. "But please consider staying. You can make a life here, find a mate, have pups, lead a full life surrounded by pack who will protect and care for you. You will never be alone." A tear fell and she brushed it away. "But Sebastian," her voice shook. You blame him?" Adrian guessed. Evie nodded and he sighed. "You know that isn't fair, don't you?" "Yes, but I can't help it." Adrian leaned in and hugged her gently, as if trying not to break her. "We can give you 2 days to decide. 3 at maximum. Sebastian and I will come for your answer. Please, think on it. Which monsters will you trust?" He smirked sadly and then quietly left her alone. Once the door clicked shut she let it all out and started to cry in earnest. It was all just too much to process at once and she reached her limit. Hadn't she been a normal girl just a little while ago? 2 days had gone by. In a matter of hours, the 3rd day would be gone. She blinked in surprise as she double-checked her cell phone. She wasn't even aware that much time had gone by. She spent the entire time curled up in a ball of tears and self-pity. She felt gross, like she definitely needed a shower, but she also felt clarity. Adrian and Sebastian would be coming for an answer soon. She looked down at her worn and wrinkled clothes. The same ones she borrowed from Naomi. Suddenly disgusted with herself, she peeled them off and threw them in a corner, making a dash to the shower and turning the water too hot. "Adrian. I don't believe she has done anything but mourn. I know not whether a decision was ever made." He watched Sebastian's face carefully, smirking when the Alpha's eyes didn't leave the little half-blood's bedroom window, as they hadn't for the past 3 days. He had suspected the ancient Alpha had a soft spot for Edie. Good. It was about damn time. She must answer tonight. Sebastian's voice was gruff. She must be initiated tonight. Does she actually have a choice? Questioned Adrian, still smirking, an expression he hid when Sebastian's piercing gaze fell on him. Of course, Sebastian stated. Then his eyes went back to the woman's window. Right, Adrian thought, and who are you trying to convince, me or you? Sebastian tensed at the same time Adrian did. Movement. They both heard it at the same time. The light went on and she walked past the window, still, in the same clothing she'd been wearing. Adrian sighed. I give her 10 minutes, then I'm bringing her out here. Agreed. Sebastian murmured, voice pensive. Evie. She felt a million times better after her nice hot shower. She pulled on some boy shorts and was just donning a tank top when her bedroom door burst open and in came Adrian. What the shit? She yelped, jumping a few feet backward, alarm running through her system. Adrian grinned at her, flushing slightly in embarrassment when he took her in. No one heard from you? He shrugged. So you shockin' on my door? She yelled. He grinned mischievously at her and she couldn't help but forgive him right there. Stop it with the dumb grin. She grumped. I'm glad to see you showered. I wasn't looking forward to the smell if you hadn't. She didn't even want to ask how he knew she hadn't showered the whole time. If she had to guess, he'd probably been watching over her. So, I guess you're here for my answer then? He nodded. Sebastian is waiting outside. I was going to bring you to him. Kicking and screaming by the look of things. She gestured to her ruined door. You are fixing my door, by the way. He shrugged and grinned. No problem. Shall we? She rolled her eyes, put on some flip-flops and followed him into the backyard, whose fence had in fact not kept out the wolves. As she walked towards Sebastian, looking forbidding and dark under the full moon, she realized for the first time just how attractive he really was. The mist was beginning to rise, playing over the ground. Behind him in the forest line were many wolves. Dozens of iridescent eyes staring from the gloom. There was something otherworldly about the whole scene. I'm sorry. She murmured. Sebastian blinked, his eyes had been taking her outfit in. Were they prudes here or something? She was fully covered except her legs and arms. 4? His voice was gruff sounding but lacked any menace. I blamed you for all of this and none of it was your fault. I wanted to apologize for that. It was a judgment you didn't deserve. He cocked his head and nodded at her. I accept your apology, little one. Do you understand that accepting the pack means that you must follow me as your alpha and leader? You will be subscribing to a set of laws outside humanity's laws. This commitment is for life, and in order to become pack you must submit to my teeth. She thought that over for a long moment. Does that mean you're going to bite me? She wondered. Sebastian tensed up a bit and Adrian chuckled. What was funny? That was a pertinent freaking question. She'd seen Sebastian's teeth. Yes, it does, Sebastian answered. Knowing all of this, do you accept the pack? You will not be asked again. I accept the pack. She stated. Sebastian moved forward, getting in her space until they stood as close as lovers. She felt flush at the thought. She'd not really considered Sebastian in that way before. When had she had time to? But he smelled so good and he looked so appealing. He cupped her cheek in his hand and that strange warmth filled her. Submit. He growled the word and she went limp in his arms, her head falling into his hand. His arm went around her waist to support her, and his teeth sank into her neck, marking her as one of his pack. As soon as his teeth withdrew, so did the warmth, and she stumbled a bit. He helped her stay upright as the onslaught came. Suddenly the minds of dozens of people became one with her and she felt her connection to them all forming like a spider's web through the ether of the night. Then the cacophony dimmed as her mind began to naturally form shields against the noise. Once that happened she was able to stand on her own. Wow. She murmured, shaking her head as if trying to clear water from her ear. There was howling in the forest, and Sebastian was already walking away from her, his fists clenched. What was that about? Adrian, is it always that intense? Not usually, Adrian stated, looking very smug about something. You did very well, never doubt it. Are you sure? Sebastian seems a little standoffish? That's Sebastian for you. Not to worry, I'm sure you can soften him up over time. She flushed bright red, thankful it was night time. What makes you think I want to? Adrian nudged her arm. Does the bite hurt? He asked. No, actually. Should it? Yes. It should hurt like hell. Mine did. What does that mean? I think you may be Sebastian's mate. It's hard to tell for sure, of course, as you're a healthy. But I saw how you looked at him, and he has been uncharacteristically gentle with you so far. I say if you want him to go for it. But only if you're serious. It's not serious right now. I just realized he's very attractive is all. You didn't notice before? Adrian raised an eyebrow at her. In my defense, there was some traumatic stuff happening at the time. His attractiveness was not high on the list of things to notice. She shrugged. I can't help that I only just realized. I'll never understand you, females. By the way, you may end up getting visits from the single females of the pack. You've seen the outside world so naturally they will want to know everything and will bother you if you don't relent and simply tell them. Also, you will have Naomi over, to teach you pack basics and laws. You'll want to learn them fast, believe me. Will I be able to turn into a wolf now? She wondered. Adrian shrugged. In some half-breeds, the gene is strong enough that an alpha can bring the wolf spirit forward enough that it works. In some cases not so much. You would need to ask Sebastian. Can you do that, just ask Sebastian things? Of course, what do you mean? I mean you don't have to make an appointment or something? Adrian chuckled at her. No, he's an alpha, not a president. Besides, I have a feeling he'd happily make time for you. I think you're nuts. She smirked. I think you're brave. That apology took guts. Accepting the pact took guts. I'm glad you did. How do you feel? Adrian asked. Evie though hard for a moment, searching her soul, and for once, she realized it didn't feel like there was something crucial missing. Like I'm not alone. Evie South had become the place to be. At any given time there were people filling her house up to bursting, even to the point where some seating had been set up in the back and surrounding clearing. The younger women were just as Adrian had predicted, excited to know her and ever so curious about the wormy Big Apple she'd grown up in. The older women seemed quite determined to teach her how to cook, and you didn't argue with determined babushki. It wasn't that Lily minded, she really didn't. It was like she'd gone from having no family to a gigantic and very lovingly protective one. In many ways, life was an upgrade. There were drawbacks though. She couldn't get very far before someone from the pack caught up with her and dragged her back to the safety of pack territory. She was never left alone for long, and part of her really wanted to be alone. She was so used to the solitude that she actually found herself longing for it now sometimes. Then there was Sebastian, hanging around and growing ever more dominant in her mind. He didn't so much chill with the pack as he hung around the edges, watching over everyone like a great and distant protector. She couldn't get a second of solitude, and yet he seemed full of loneliness. How was that even possible? Then again, the older wolves didn't feel he needed to learn anything, while she was getting a wild education. Still, despite her growing attraction for Sebastian, it wasn't until she dreamed about him for the first time that she was forced to truly acknowledge it. She woke up with her heart racing, and her body on fire, and an ache forming deep inside her. Currently, he was out front, chopping wood for the fireplace with no shirt on, and she was contemplating his abdominal area and the way his pants hung around his hips just so, the slight sheen of sweat on him. She nearly jumped out of her skin when Naomi lightly slapped her on the arm. The woman's eyes widened in surprise for a second, and then she burst out laughing after following her gaze through the window. You should have seen your face, oh dear heaven, absolutely priceless. Gasped Naomi, nearly doubled over and still laughing. Come off it, it wasn't that funny. Evie insisted. Then again maybe it was. She couldn't help but start laughing too. How many times did you say my name? Oh, a good 4 or 5 times. Naomi murmured. Now they were both laughing. I can't believe you caught me looking. Adrian walked in from the woods completely naked. This was something Evie had become used to over the last few weeks. Nudity was no big deal among the pack as they transformed so often that it was inconvenient to have clothing everywhere. She thought of Sebastian showing up naked and blushed furiously. She'd yet to catch sight of him in that state. What did I walk in on? He questioned, looking between the two women in confusion. Indeed? Sebastian was right behind him, pulling on his shirt. The laughter stopped gradually, with the man looking even more lost. Nothing. It came out as a high squeak, and Evie cleared her throat. Nothing at all, just silly girl talk is all. She and Naomi smirked at each other, and she was grateful that Naomi had her back and wasn't planning on telling on her for checking out the alpha. Through the pack bonds, she could sense Sebastian's thirst, and before she knew it she was pouring him a big glass of ice water and handing it to him before he even headed towards the sink. He blinked, almost startled, and then nodded his thanks, taking the glass, his eyes lingering slightly before he walked out of the room. Adrian smirked and waggled his brows at her. Way to anticipate a fella's needs, Halfie. She shrugged a little embarrassed. Does that mean something? It means you are paying attention to him in a big way. It's not normal, so he noticed it. Anticipating his needs that way is something a mate would do. So, did I basically just come on to him? She felt herself blush about a billion shades of red. In a very roundabout and formal way, yes, but he is old enough he'll take it seriously if it happens again, so make sure if it does, that's the message you want to send. She nodded as Adrian walked out. Okay, this is driving me nuts. I'm into Sebastian, Naomi, but every indication I get says that it's gonna get way more serious than I want it to for now. He doesn't strike me as the take a girl out for a movie kind of guy. No, he is far more serious than that. Naomi sat down at her kitchen table. He is definitely the jump right into serious type with very little lead up if any. But here is my advice. If you want him, you must tease him. Tease him? Her eyes widened. I've been to some burlesque clubs back in NYC, but I'm not willing to do that. They both chuckled at Evie's joke. No, silly girl, I mean a small touch there or here, find out what his favorite scent is and wear it constantly, put yourself in his way, be where he is without being annoying. Don't let him forget you. Contribute to the pack. Instead of just hosting them, start taking care of him. Show him you can be a Luna. I never thought about that before. I've never met a Luna. I have, Naomi said. They are the mother of the pack, much as the alpha is like the father of the pack. If you want him and his wolf to see you as a potential mate, since he isn't reacting to the pull already between you, show him you can be one. He won't be able to resist it, trust me. Oh, I will. She sipped her coffee. Now how the hell do I find out what his favorite scent is? Naomi laughed. For that, my dear, you are on your own. You'll want to ask Adrian as he is closest to Sebastian in the pack, or you could be brave and ask Sebastian yourself. I'm not sure how to pull that off without posing and saying take me now, sailor. They both dissolved into a fit of laughter again. But it wasn't long before other pack members made their way inside, greeting the two women. This time, instead of feeling overwhelmed, Evie welcomed them and looked after their needs carefully, paying attention to the pack bonds, not like she had with Sebastian, but instead in a more motherly way. Each woman responded pretty well to it, even the more dominant females. And with Naomi's advice in her head, Evie began to work hard to make her house the pack house. The place where everyone came to feel safe and cared for, loved and important. He didn't give her many chances, but whenever she could anticipate him, she simply did for Sebastian without him asking, making her intentions perfectly plain. She wasn't extremely experienced with men and she was easy to make blush, but once she knew what she wanted she didn't mind going for it with the single-minded tenacity of a bull. Inexperienced as she was, she had no clue just how much her actions were affecting everyone around her. She didn't realize that by publicly making her advances she was forcing him into a corner. He would have to respond soon or they might both lose face, and he would need to respond publicly. Evie was wrapping lights around a giant Christmas tree she erected in the living room and so focused on not getting tangled up in the lights and tinsel that she didn't realize Sebastian was in the room for a good long minute. When she finally did, she nearly fell over. He was at her side in a second, steadying her. You should be more careful, Evie. She blinked. It was the first time he'd said her name in a long while. I really should be. She grinned up at him. Thanks for the rescue. What brings you by all alone? She wondered, turning back to the tree. He was there to see her, she could sense that much, though why he wanted to see her, she couldn't sense. He watched her in silence for a good long time. I cannot decide if you are very innocent or if you are calculating. She shrugged in response as she began to put bulbs up on the tree. I suppose that would depend on the situation at hand. What do you mean? She turned to face him and found him closer than she'd expected, eyes boring into hers, the strength of his will so prevalent in the room it was like the charge of electricity before the storm. He framed her face in his hands and moved even closer. Do you know that with every action you take you are asking me to court you? Court me? That's pretty old school. She paused. But yes, I know what I'm doing. Adrian explained it to me a little. Why are you doing this? I like you. She admitted, blushing but not looking away. How, you do not even know me? He growled, clearly not believing her. Does liking begin with knowing? In my experience it starts with a look. What if I want to get to know you better? She couldn't quite believe how bold she was being, but there was something about him that brought it out in her. I would say you are foolish and know nothing about what you are getting into. His voice was gentle yet firm. And how would you know that? Perhaps you're just what I should be getting into. She felt herself flush slightly at saying that, but there was really no turning back at this point. She couldn't pretend now that it was all in his head. By pack law she had officially been coming on to him. I am not interested. He stated, and then without further ado he turned and began to walk away. She furrowed her brow and thought back to when she'd first seen him staring at her from the tree line on the day she and her father had come here. Bullshit. She blurted without thinking, then her eyes widened when he growled and was on her in about 5 seconds flat, all too fast for her to react to. His canines were at her throat before she managed to control her body's reactions and go limp in his grasp. She turned her head so her neck was bared, showing her submission to the alpha. He backed off slowly, but only a little. He was still very close to her. Did Naomi not tell you to never challenge your alpha? I didn't so much mean it as a challenge. But while I submit to your authority, I still stand by what I said. You lied just now, Sebastian. How did I lie? By claiming you were not interested. What makes you think I lied? Men don't look at women the way you look at me if they aren't interested. She murmured. You think you look at me that way when I'm not paying attention, but I notice more than you think I do. You do it from a distance, and you try to hide it. But don't look me in the eye and lie straight to my face. There is something between us here. She gestured between them. What is it you want from me, girl? Do you expect that I should hold your hand in the park and bring you flowers? He growled. She rolled her eyes at him and started to untangle the lights that had tangled when she tripped in them. First of all, would that be so bad? Second of all, no, I wasn't expecting any of that. I don't know what to expect. I only know that I'm interested in finding out with you. You are moonstruck. What does that mean? She wondered, looking up from the lights she was untangling. When one joins a pack for the first time, sometimes they can become moonstruck, meaning they will develop an unusual attachment to the alpha male or female. Sometimes both. It will wear off by New Year's. I am not moonstruck. She murmured. Can you tell me that for certain? He asked. She thought long and hard about it. Her feelings for him had begun only after she'd been initiated into the pack. Could she honestly say she wasn't moonstruck? She studied him carefully and examined what she felt for him. There was plenty of lust going on here, but he was right, she knew nothing about him. She had a cerebral appreciation of him, and a sexual desire for him that was off the charts. But so far that was it. No, I suppose I can't be certain. She bit her lip as she gazed at him. So what do we do about it? You want me and I want you, and it seems that we both want more than just wanting. He nodded and smirked a bit at her words. You are correct. If I am to mate a female, she must be my Luna. I will waste no time on lesser females. You think I could be your Luna? She wondered. Have you not spent time trying to show me you could be? He countered. Fair enough. Have you ever had a Luna before? 2 in my history. The last one died several decades ago. So you do let yourself love? She turned back to the tree and kept hanging lights. I do not know that I would call it love, Evie. My pack needed a Luna. They need one now, and I find myself interested in you. And when enough time passes that we all know I'm not moonstruck? Then perhaps we shall see what can become of us. He admitted, almost begrudgingly. She turned to him again. And what about Christmas with the pack? Everyone will be here for the gift exchange. Are you making an appearance? She fixed him with a look that said he'd best show up. He smirked again. You have taken well to the pack, and the pack to you. This is nice, what you are doing for them. We have not had a pack Christmas in a very long time, indeed. Evie tossed him a package of lights. Then help me set up, yes? Enjoy this Christmas with your pack. Even if I am moonstruck, can't hurt to get to know the newest member of your pack, can it? He smirked. Prepare yourself, new member. At moonrise on Christmas we all shift and sing to the moon. It is tradition among us. That should be quite something to witness. She murmured. For the first time, since she de-joined the pack, she found herself really wishing she could shift like everyone else. Sebastian? Do you think the gene is strong enough in me, that you could help me shift? He cocked his head and came forward, one hand resting on her head, and the other spanning her flat belly. Warmth filled her body, suffusing her being, and she nearly purred at the feeling. After a time he stepped back a little ways, leaving that warmth behind to dim gradually. The gene is indeed strong in you. I may be able to bring it forth. Are you sure you want this? Once the wolf within awakens, there is no going back. I get this strange feeling, Sebastian, that there has been no going back since the day I moved here. Evelyn. His voice shivered through her and she turned around. Hello, Sebastian. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? She turned back around. She was in the middle of hanging lights up around the meadow, weaving them through the fence in an artful way. What are you doing? Hanging lights. For the party. It was more of a statement than an actual question, but she answered anyway. Well, of course. Not everyone will be comfortable in the front, and there isn't much in the way of lights back here. What is the point of this party? She looked at him over her shoulder and raised an eyebrow, fighting the tremor of desire he inspired in her. Since when does fun require a reason? And you think the pack wants this? I know they do. All the women are excited, and the men pleased to gather with one another. The children will have a chance to play, and there will be food and music for everyone. Why, is this a problem for you? You hide them well, but you have hidden motives. Yes, I'm so very diabolical that I'm hanging party lights. Diabolical? Perhaps. Did you have a problem with a party? Look at me, Evelyn. She stopped rapping and turned to face him. God, he was attractive. He moved close to her, but didn't he touch her, though she could tell he wanted to. What are you hiding? She gave him her secret smile, the one that said she was hiding something, and was gratified by the darkening of his gaze. I'm a woman, Sebastian. I'm hiding many things. Which thing, in particular, would you like revealed? He simply stared at her. She had been overtly flirting, and it was swiftly obvious that this was new for him. By the way, last time you were here I saw you looking at the bookshelf. I do recommend The Forest of Hands and Teeth if you're looking to borrow. She turned and kept rapping. He put himself in front of her and pulled her close, putting his hands on either side of her face. Playing games with me is unwise. What game is it you think I'm playing? I don't know. That's why I am asking you. Well, my first objective with this party is to stop you from avoiding me, which I knew you would be doing. He growled and pulled her closer. The other reason is that I have a new family, and where I come from families get together and drink and laugh and eat together, simply because they feel like it. A party fulfilled both objectives. She stepped into his arms and took his face in her own hands. And no matter how much you are used to being alone, you still offer your protection to me and everyone else. But being alone all the time is as dangerous as a gun to the head. Sometimes alphas need someone to protect them too. So come to the party, and be with me and the rest of your pack. You are infuriating. Is that because I'm right? He growled and leaned his forehead against hers. I will be there. I'm glad. She smiled at him. Where did you come from? Well, apparently I came from America, but then again I might be an alien. He smirked and released her. It would explain much. Oh? She grinned and whacked him in the arm with a strand of party lights. She could tell he was amused, and then his eyes became serious. You come from a place where women are as educated and dominant as men. Where people end a relationship because it simply does not suit them, or because one of them is jealous. I will be jealous, I will be possessive, and if you are my woman you are mine. He growled on the last word. If, when I know you better and I become yours, I can live with that. He backed away from her then, his face unreadable, and began walking away. Sebastian. Wait there one moment please. She ran into the cabin and came back out moments later, running up to him. Here. She handed him the book she recommended earlier. The book you were speaking of? I was serious about it being a good book. You can borrow it. I will return it when I have read it. She smiled at him. I'll see you at the party. That was when the gun went off and a bullet grazed her arm and embedded itself in his chest. He pushed her to the ground, fast and silent, and pulled her beneath him. Stay down. He muttered. You were shot in the chest. She whispered. He looked down at her and kissed her hard and fast, stealing her breath. And then he was gone. She rolled over onto her stomach, hoping to see something, but she saw and heard nothing. There was only silence and the hum of electricity to her cabin. Then there was a scream. She ran into the house and grabbed her father's rifle. Then she went around front to see Sebastian beating a man. It was obvious the man was unconscious. She put the rifle down. Sebastian? He barely paused. Sebastian. This time he stopped. She walked over to him and grabbed his arm. Sebastian let him go. Sebastian let go, but he was rigid and unmoving. She was aware of Adrian loping over. Adrian, stay back. Someone shot at us. We probably need a perimeter check. He nodded and muttered to a few of the other wolves. She moved forward and wrapped her arms around him, resting her head on his chest. That seemed to wake him up, and he immediately backed away, barking orders and not looking at her. Adrian walked over. You've done well. What do you mean? In his mind, though he doesn't admit it to himself, he already sees you as his. I have my doubts about that. But who is this guy and why did he shoot us? Who was he aiming for, me or Sebastian? Good questions, and ones we must find the answers to. Your party will still happen, but the males will be on security. Are you sure the party is still a good idea? The whole pack is excited about it. It is the first gathering they have had in over a century that wasn't a war council or holiday. Morale is important too. She nodded. It wasn't cold outside, but she shivered anyway. New Year's. The party was a rousing success. Everywhere she looked there were smiles and laughter. People were telling jokes, most everyone was in human form. Even Sebastian had turned up. She hadn't seen him since the night the hunter had shown up. Her father apparently had used his one call to summon another hunter. They were all on alert and would be for some time. None of them knew how extensive the hunter network was or how determined to come after them. But Edie was determined that she wasn't going to live in fear. She dealt with those things with her father, and knew that was no way to live. Except that now she was being ignored by Sebastian. She didn't want to talk to Adrian about it, she wanted to talk to Sebastian about it, but he would barely look at her. He watched her moving about in her kitchen, making more food for his pack. She was taking care of them in a way it had never occurred to him to take care of them. She was meant to mate an alpha, it was obvious. But she deserved an alpha who was less likely to lose it and beat someone to a pulp in front of her. His mind had gone to a place it hadn't visited in centuries since last he'd been in a true battle. He could only look at her when she wasn't looking back, because instead of the desire and respect he had seen before, he knew it would be fear that looked back at him now. I don't think you know me well enough to make that assumption. Her voice was quiet and he turned around. Pack bonds work both ways apparently. He stepped out of the shadowy doorway, looking out the window at his pack. You heard my thoughts. I caught the gist. She moved closer to him. You were just protecting me. I was enjoying the feel of crushing an enemy beneath my fist. I got carried away. And you were protecting me. He refused to meet her gaze. It was unheard of for an alpha, but he couldn't face it now. Perhaps. Please look at me. No. Why? She sighed when he didn't answer and went up on tiptoe, softly kissing his cheek. Please at least eat something. He wanted to kiss her more than anything in the entire universe right then. She was searching for the foil when Adrian walked into the kitchen, grabbed her and kissed her. Sebastian saw red. Adrian was a good kisser and all, but there were none of the sparks that happened when it was Sebastian. Furthermore, she was really confused. She and Adrian had always had more of a sibling vibe than anything else. Suddenly Adrian was ripped off of her. Sebastian had him up against the wall, fangs bared. Oh, my God. Sebastian let him go. Please. She pulled on his arm somewhat ineffectually. Sebastian let go, but just barely. You dare challenge me, Adrian? Not a challenge, Alpha. I was making a point. And what point was that? You were jealous even though you know there is no possible way she and I would be together. You know we see each other as siblings and yet you reacted every bit like a jealous male protecting his mate and you know it. Why are you doing this, Adrian? Well, for one thing, the tension between you two can be felt through the whole pack. For another thing, I love you, man. Sebastian blinked. You raised my brother and me, you live and breathe for this pack, yet you are always alone. This woman here wants to love you. Let her. Without further ado, he walked back outside. That was unexpected. She muttered. You want to love me? Well, that would be the eventual goal, yes. That's sort of the point of dating. He looked up at her and Evie could have sworn he was searching her eyes for something and was surprised he wasn't finding it. What? I lost control in front of you, and nearly beat a man to death before your eyes. Evelyn was a tad confused at the play-by-play. I know. I was there. And you do not fear me? Because you protected me, and this pack from a hunter? No. I think you do not understand how easily that could have been an innocent. I did not stop to ask questions, Evelyn. I meant to kill him, and make him suffer. It dawned on Evie that he thought she should be terrified of him. That's a bit scary. But I'm not afraid of you, and it doesn't change the way I feel. Do you have a death wish? His voice was intense with anger, desire, and self-loathing. It was a combination she hadn't expected from him. Of course not. I want you. It's the same thing. Sebastian, please. Before she could touch him he was gone, moving out the door so fast she knew she would never catch up to him. So it wasn't that he thought she wasn't sincere after all. He didn't think she should want to be with him because of who he was. That was a whole different can of worms, and she was going to have to handle this a different way. The time for playful games was over. Now it was time for a serious conversation. Elliot. The younger male poked his head in the window. Yes? He was an eager young man, ecstatic to be finally counted among the adults and puffed up with pride that he'd been trusted with guard duty. Where does Sebastian live? Elliot was so eager to help she knew she could get the answer out of him, and she meant to. Of course, Sebastian would have to live somewhere completely remote and so difficult to reach you practically needed the woodland skills of a survivalist to get to. She was glad she had taken Elliot's advice and worn long sleeves. She was a tad too warm but at least she wasn't scratched up. The cabin Sebastian called his was small and tucked away under very thick tree cover. It was obvious it was only meant for one person. Obviously, this was his fortress of solitude. Suddenly nervous about intruding so boldly into his private space, she took a deep breath. It wasn't as if she could turn back now. With his senses, he would know she had come out here. With another deep breath to steady her nerves, she walked up to the door and knocked. There was nothing but silence and the sounds of birds singing to each other in the canopy above. Evie knocked again and then tried turning the handle when she got the same result. The door was locked and it was obvious he wasn't home. Of course, she came all this way and hadn't thought to make sure he would be around. Mentally smacking herself in the head she sighed and took off the long-sleeved shirt, leaving her only with her t-shirt and jeans. She sighed in relief at the cooler garb and sat on the stump next to Sebastian's front door. Luckily she had brought snacks and water with her for this hike and a book as well. Then again she always had a book with her. It didn't take long for her to become engaged in the story. Before she knew it, she was 4 chapters in and starting in surprise at the sound of Sebastian's voice. Oh, hi Sebastian. He raised an eyebrow at her. I called your name several times. Sorry. Sometimes I get so drawn in by what I read that I just don't notice anything else. I noticed. He studied her for a moment. Why are you here? His voice was low and soft. Because you and I need to have a conversation, and every time I try to you disappear. I figure coming to you, on your turf might be better. She moved over a little. Want to share the stump with me? She smiled her shy smile. He crouched down in front of her so he was looking her in the eyes. She didn't drop his gaze this time, though it was hard not to. There is nothing to talk about, Evelyn. Yes, there is. He stood up and started to enter his cabin, basically dismissing her. How about the fact that you won't even give me a chance because you don't think I should care for you? He halted, hand on the doorknob. How about the fact that when you look at me, I can see you feel the same as I do? Or what about the fact that I'm a little mad at you for deciding what I should and should not feel for you based on your own demons? He turned and looked at her, his face unreadable. I think there are plenty of topics worthy of discussion, and I am not leaving here until we hash this out. I will sleep on your roof. His mouth quirked up into a half smile and she grinned back. You're angry with me? Only a little bit. He opened the door wider. Then enter. He walked into the cabin, letting the door hang open. She took another deep breath and walked in after him, closing the door behind her. The cabin was tidy but small as she had thought it was. There was a sitting area that had an old worn sofa and a bookshelf full of books that looked as if they had been there a long time. There was a door beside the shelf that she assumed led to a bedroom and a small kitchen area. The living room and kitchen were separated by a countertop. Otherwise, the place was barren. It looked like an old hunting cabin that had been repurposed. Basically, it desperately needed a woman's touch. It didn't feel like a home. It felt like a shelter. She wondered how much time he spent alone in this dreary place with no company. He was leaning against the back of his couch watching her take in his home. What are you thinking, Evelyn? I'm thinking that you spend too much time on your own. He smirked. I enjoy being alone. Do you really? So you never wish there was someone with you? Wishing is for fools. I disagree. Oh? Do you take me for a fool, Sebastian? No. I do not think you foolish. Well, I wish a lot of things. I dream big too. Not all of those dreams will come true, but it's not foolish to dream them. And what do you dream? She smiled at him. When I was little I dreamt that I would meet a unicorn one day. I dreamt of being a famous singer too. Things that most little girls dream of, I suppose. And now? Now, my dreams are a little more realistic. I dream of having a family around me that cares, a support structure I never knew. That one has come true. I dream of finding a man and getting married and having babies. I dream that my children will have a father that loves them the way mine never loved me. Pretty much what you'd expect, I guess. She hopped up onto the counter and faced him. I am not part of that dream, though in another life I could have been. And who are you to tell me what I can dream? You think because there is darkness in you that I can't want you that I must be mistaken? He sighed. Evie, if we started this, acted on what is between us, you would see the parts of me that have done great evil, and you would run. I am not saying you are weak. I'm saying you underestimate me. You think because we have passion between us that you can overcome that. When you realize what I am and find yourself face to face with a monster, do you honestly think that you can stare it down, that it will not strike fear into your heart? She thought over his words very carefully. This was not a conversation to be rushed through. This was a conversation that required her to put passion away and use her head. I honestly don't know. I have no basis of experience to make an assumption on Sebastian. But can you say to me that you don't even want to try? You honestly don't know how much I want you, do you? Of course, I do. But I would rather not have you than to have known you and see the fear in your eyes for the rest of our lives. His voice was gruff. Because once you are mine, even if you fear me, I am too selfish to let you go. I had a conversation with Adrian once. Sebastian seemed confused by the sudden proclamation. He had realized that I was into you, and he made me promise him something. What? He made me promise that I would ask you what the worst thing you had ever done was. You are worried that once I find out I will turn on you. We haven't started anything yet. So tell me now, and maybe we can move past this one way or another. What is the worst thing you have ever done? He moved forward and framed her face in his hands, staring at her as if he would never see her again. Then he pulled her forward and his lips crashed onto hers. All she could do was moan and give in. It was the kind of kiss that people write songs and poetry about. It was the kind of kiss you feel to your toes that makes you forget your own name. It was desperate and hungry and full of bittersweet farewell and leashed passion. When he pulled away, her entire body was shaking. If you do that again, I'm not leaving this cabin. No, you wouldn't be. He growled. After a few moments, he turned away from her and looked out the small window. Sebastian. He couldn't begin to describe what it was like to see her in his turf. She had no weapon, only herself, and she had walked into his home and sat on his counter as though it were normal for someone to visit him. The truth was, no one had been in his home since Adrian and his brother had become old enough to have their own homes. The boys had left his care when they were 16. They were over 100 years old now. Yet there she was, beautiful and challenging and comfortable in his territory. Their kiss still sang through him, and he couldn't look at her anymore, not while he told her what he knew would make her run from him. The memories of that night were fresh in his mind as though it had been yesterday instead of centuries ago. I was still young then, still human. The livestock in our village had been dying. Each night we found more cattle and sheep ripped to shreds. Back then there were no grocery stores, comfortable jobs. The cattle and sheep provided us with meat, milk, clothing, trade, and money. Our lives depended on them as much as on our crops. So when the 8th animal was slaughtered, a group of us went out to find the wolves we assumed were responsible. I was the only one who made it back, and I was gravely injured. It was thought I would not live to see the next dawn. Then the goddess came to me and offered me a different choice. I thought it was a dream when I accepted her offer. But when the sun came up, my wounds were healed. Some said it was a miracle. Others claimed it was sorcery. But I had never felt better. I went about my life like I always had, forging blades and horseshoes as the village blacksmith. But as the month grew long and the next full moon appeared, my mood grew strange and feral. Everywhere I went I could smell blood, and instead of sickening me, it made me hungry. It didn't take long to realize that it was the blood of my fellow villagers I was smelling. Still, I did not know what was happening. I thought myself mad. The priest said I was still shaken at being the only survivor of our hunt for the wolf and that I must pray more often. I had never been religious, but I prayed for the madness to pass. The night of the full moon came, and I turned. I was in the church, giving a confession, and the wolf took me for the first time. I had no control, but I was aware of everything that was happening. Lycanthropes are not like wolves, they attack for the sheer pleasure of it. They hunt because that is what they want to do. There is no mindfulness, no thought other than to kill. That fades with time, but in the beginning, you must sit inside your own head and watch yourself ripping people you have known since birth to shreds. I killed women, and children as well as men. And when I woke in the morning I was covered in their blood, and what had once been a thriving village was full of the ghosts of the people whose lives I had stolen. In one evening I slaughtered 70 people. And I killed after that as well. I kept to the forests while learning to control myself, but there were times when a woodsman would cross my path, or I myself would kill too many livestock. But that first night, when I turned for the first time, that is the worst thing I have done. She didn't say anything, though he could feel her eyes on him. He couldn't look at her. If he looked away, it wouldn't be as bad when she walked out the door. Evelyn. His story was horrifying. So many deaths, so much suffering, and all done at his hands. She felt sick. No wonder he assumed she would run. Honestly, she had considered it. How could she want to be with someone who had that much death on their hands? But he hadn't known what was happening to him. It had been completely out of his control, and he obviously recognized the gravity of what he had done. She had seen the way he took care of the pack. No one went hungry, and everyone had a roof over their heads. He had always been gentle with her, with anyone he was near actually. It seemed to her that he was a good man who had been forced into something horrible by something he had no control over. It seemed he'd been punishing himself for it ever since. Knowing what he had done, and the pain he had caused, she felt like she should be afraid of him. She should look at him and hate him for what he had done. That's what society said about people like him. But all she could feel for him was a deep sadness that he'd been carrying this burden alone all this time. She wasn't going to baby him, but it wasn't her place to judge him either. She had no idea what it meant to become a lycanthrope and no reason to think he was still that out of control. Taking a deep breath, she walked over to him and rested her hand on his shoulder. He looked down at her, surprise warring with wariness on his face. I can't pretend to understand what all you went through. I haven't done what you have done, so I can never fully get it. I'm not going to make excuses for you either. What you did was terrible and it does scare me. But I have seen the way you are now. I have seen the way you treat the pack, how you treat me. Your actions now are not the same. That capacity for violence still lives inside me, Evie. I know. I haven't deluded myself into thinking you couldn't do that now, and I know what a risk I am taking. But if I don't try this, try finding out what we can be together, I will never forgive myself and I'll spend the rest of my life wondering what would have happened if I had taken a chance with you. He was facing her fully, eyes boring into hers, searching for any indication that she was bluffing. My God, you mean that? His voice was quiet. Yes. Just at that moment there came a howling from the woods. Evie knew that meant something was going down. I must go. I know. She leaned forward and kissed him feather light on the lips. I'll wait here. He was gone quickly, though reluctantly, and she was looking out the door after him. Sebastian. He came back to the cabin feeling like an ass for making her wait so long after the conversation they had just had. He half expected her to be gone, half expected all of it to have been a rampant fantasy. He opened the door expecting to be once again alone. He was wrong. She lay on his couch, hair fanned out around the arm she was using as a pillow. She was sleeping on her side, her deep even breathing a good sign that he hadn't woken her. He watched her, unsure of what to do. He never had a female in his home, let alone one that seemed to feel comfortable enough to sleep there. In the past, the women he spent his time with had been there to scratch an itch and didn't really expect to stick around after the deed was done. He wondered what it would be like to come home and find her sleeping in his bed. He growled at the thought. Evelyn? He kept his voice gentle. She didn't respond. He tried a few more times, louder each time, but apparently the girl could sleep through anything. Finally, he shook her awake. Sebastian? She blinked at him sleepily. It was 4 a.m, and when she checked her phone she looked at him like he was nuts for waking her. She sat up, but he couldn't bring himself to move back and give her room, so her action brought her within an inch of him. Hey. She whispered. He wanted to kiss her so badly it was almost a biological need inside of him. He was resisting the urge. She had just learned some very damaging things about him and he would not push her. Then, something happened that had not happened in over 2 centuries. A voice, deeper and rougher than his own, rose up clear and powerful in his mind. Claim what belongs to us, or I will do so. He closed his eyes. It was him. It was the wolf spirit that shared one's form when one was turned. Many thought that it was simply a virus or a bloodline as with vampires, but in the case of a werewolf, it was something altogether different. When you were turned, the spirit of the wolf was bonded to your own. The only problem with that was, the wolf spirit was its own creature, and it had drives and opinions of its own. He tried to make his wolf understand that to push her now may drive her away. She meets our gaze. She sleeps in our den. She is of our pack, and she has made her desire known. She is ours. Claim her. Now. Sebastian's wolf was trying to claw to the surface, fighting for control as it had not done in a very long time. He had to look at her. When he did, she gasped. Evie. His eyes had changed to a red so deep they were nearly black. The heat was pouring off his body like waves in the ocean, and his muscles were all tensed. He was trying not to move towards her. Her gaze met his at this revelation. She wasn't sure what was going on, but all she knew was that she wanted to make it better, calm him down. Sebastian? Run. His voice was barely more than a growl, so animalistic the hair on the back of her neck stood up. Every instinct she had was screaming at her that she was in a very small space with a very dangerous animal. Overwhelmed by her own fight or flight instinct, she did as she was told and ran. But when she slammed the door behind her, she heard things crashing in the cabin. Oh man. She whined. She couldn't leave him alone, could she? She was debating whether to go back in when suddenly everything went dead silent. Damn it. She muttered. Taking a deep breath to shore up her courage, she opened the door, mentally cursing it for squeaking. When she entered the cabin she couldn't see Sebastian anywhere, but the couch was ripped up and most everything that had been on the counter was now on the floor. The walls had deep gouges in them and the door to the bedroom was hanging by a hinge, squeaking ominously as it swung. She entered further and that's when she saw it. How had she missed it? How does one miss a gigantic wolf the height of a person? Whoa. The wolf growled at her. So this was what Sebastian looked like as a wolf? All of that struggle before must have been his wolf trying to come out. She only realized she still held his gaze when his growling grew louder. Remembering the Wolf 101 she'd gotten from her pack sisters, she knelt down on her knees and moved her hair to the side, exposing her neck as much as she could. In this form, Sebastian was all alpha, and niceties had to be observed. The gigantic wolf walked forward so quietly she wouldn't have heard him were it not for his claws clicking on the floor. Then she felt his snout sniffing at her. Finally, he opened his jaws, making sure she could see his teeth, and so gently he did not break skin he closed them over the place where he debitten her upon her initiation into his pack. It was an acceptance of her submission. She knew she was okay now, but she was still loath to move until his snout went snuffling at her ear and in her hair. She couldn't help but giggle and head-butt him playfully and gently. He huffed approvingly and then reared up and pushed her onto her back. Once he'd done so, he started to shift before her eyes. Somewhere in her mind, she had thought the transformation this close up would be painful to watch, but there was something beautiful about the way he shifted from wolf to man. She didn't realize he would be naked though, and she could feel herself blushing. He noticed and pulled away immediately. "Wait, Sebastian." He stopped. She could tell that he was embarrassed he'd lost control like that. She walked up behind him and touched the bare skin of his back where his muscles were so tense they felt like cement. "Your wolf is beautiful." He turned to look at her then, disbelief clear on his face. "Evie, you are wasting your time here." "Back to this again?" "I am not moonstruck. I know what you've done, I've seen your wolf. I've seen you be violent. What other reasons are you going to come up with to not do what we both want to do?" She took his face in her hands and kissed him gently, and slowly teasing and tempting him with every kiss until his hands were at her waist, pulling her closer. "Is this bad for you?" She wasn't sure where it had come from, but those had been long, drugging kisses, and she felt limp and pliable. His answer was to kiss her again. This time he was in control and he was dominant, his hand traveling up to cup the back of her head so she couldn't move away and his other hand keeping her held flush against him. He backed her up into the counter and trapped her on one side with his leg and on the other with his arm, not that she was fighting him. When he finally stopped they were both panting and she groaned in protest as he pulled away. "Why do you stop?" she murmured. His lips were hovering over hers, as though he were teasing her or couldn't bear to pull away any farther than that. "If I do not stop now, Evelyn, you will end up in my bed and we will not leave it for many days." Their talk was interrupted every few seconds by light, gentle kisses. "Okay," she murmured. He growled. "You are not helping me be a gentleman." He sounded so frustrated that she had to laugh at him. "Honestly, Sebastian, I could stay like this for hours." He nipped her ear and then his fingers found the ticklish spot right under her ribs. "Oh, playful Sebastian." This was new. She was giggling and trying to get him to stop when Adrian ran into the cabin. "Alpha, oh." They both froze, though Evie was more comfortable being found this way than Sebastian was. Adrian shot her perhaps the biggest smile she'd ever seen from him, and it was infectious. She couldn't help but smile back. "What is it, Adrian?" Sebastian's voice was as strong as always, though it softened when she linked her arm with his. "What we were dealing with before. It looks as if we may need to involve them." Sebastian nodded. "Very well. Go and tell the others, I will fill in Evie." Adrian smirked again, before running out into the woods. She turned to look at Sebastian, sensing something serious was going on. "Sebastian? Earlier when I had to leave, it was to tend to a problem." "What kind of problem?" "We found several dead priests in the woods." Evelyn blinked. She knew the village nearby was deeply Catholic, but she hadn't thought anyone wandered into the woods. "Why would priests be in the woods?" "I do not know. Several of them were not from here, but farther out, even towards Budapest." "How do you know?" "For one thing, the sheer number of them. For another, even priests have identification cards nowadays." She nodded, thinking she should have realized that. "How did they die?" "It appeared at first that they were taken by vampires." Her eyes widened. "Hold the phone. Vampires?" "Yes." He was looking at her like this was an everyday topic. "Vampires exist?" Sebastian raised an eyebrow. "You are in Dracula country and you have been accepted into a pack of werewolves. Is it such a stretch to believe that vampires exist?" She thought about that for a moment. She supposed that if you had to accept the existence of one kind of supernatural being, then you had to accept the existence of another. "I guess not." "So you think vampires killed them?" "Initially. However, they still have all of their blood. It appears not a drop was ever spilled. They are simply lying there, dead with puncture marks on their necks that could only have come from vampires." So what did Adrian mean by "we may need to involve them"? He meant the vampires, Evie. Or in the present case, there is only one vampire that might have done it and he is down in the village. The village? Where most of the pack lives? No. The Grey Child. Oh, the one we passed through when we moved here. Sebastian nodded. The village the pack lives in is private. The Grey Child village has been standing for centuries. To keep the vampire-esque games off our land, we must advise him of what we have discovered. You make him sound like a king. She mused. For all intents and purposes, he is. He is vampiric royalty, and my agreement with him for this land has stood up over 400 years. So you get along? As much as vampires and werewolves can. We have an understanding, and when I talk he will listen. So we're going to call him to the site? Yes. Will you come? That was an odd request. Normally the females were left to guard the young should the males be defeated. Sure, but why? From what I have been told, the vampire has found a female. Vampires are creatures of tradition, and they take a faux pas seriously. In vampire culture, it is impolite for an ally to hide their female from you. It indicates a lack of respect and intent towards foul play. You learn something new every day. Follow me, we must make our way there now. She had thought seeing dead bodies was frightening. She was wrong. When the two vampires rode into the clearing, they rode in like they owned everything their eyes touched. Both of them were intimidating specimens on their own, but together they were completely and utterly terrifying and awe-inspiring. Lucian was a monster. He was a force of nature given form. He had black hair and pale skin, but a totally different bone structure than Sebastian had. The woman, Catherine, was breathtakingly beautiful. She had long silky black hair, a body most women would kill for, and killer blue eyes that seemed to pierce right through you. They quickly took charge of the situation after introductions went around, and Evie couldn't stop herself from staring at them as they hypothesized. When they finally left, though she was relieved, shuddering away from the fear their presence induced. Sebastian nodded at her. You handled them well. Do they always feel that way? This is the first I have encountered Catherine, but he does. She seems to suit him well. He may have found his bride. I couldn't imagine. She shuddered. Sebastian looked at Adrian. Go and tell the others of these events. The whole pack should be informed. Adrian nodded, and with one last big grin, he was off and running. She and Sebastian began walking away from the dead bodies, for which Evie and her nose were grateful. Finally, Sebastian pushed her gently against a large tree. I am every bit the monster that Lucian is. He said, facing her. No, you aren't. She kissed him. That creature was a force outside of nature. She kissed him again, gently pushing at his control. And you? She nibbled his bottom lip. Are very, very natural. She wasn't sure what had gotten into her. She normally wasn't this forceful. But to be honest, she was enjoying this. She loved watching the way his stone facade crumbled if she got near him. She loved the need that flared in his eyes when she kissed him. She loved that he had been honest with her. And most of all, she loved how when he finally gave in and kissed her back, she saw fireworks. Evie would be totally content to just sit here and do nothing but kiss him the whole night long, and the following day too. He growled and pulled back again. She frowned. He really needed to stop with all that pulling away crap he seemed so fond of doing. He was driving her nuts. The pack will be expecting us to be around. Then come home with me, since you wrecked your own place. And my home is not big enough for two. I don't know, I kind of liked being on top of each other. She teased, enjoying the way his eyes went a little wild with passion. They walked back to her cabin, waiting for pack members to come asking questions, but no one came. Eventually, she got sleepy and sat down on her couch. Sebastian, I don't think anyone is coming. Odd. It was probably Adrian trying to encourage a little alone time for you and me. He looked mildly perturbed. Do you honestly not know how much that man plots on you? I never gave it any thought. She stretched on the couch, a little sore from running all over creation and sleeping on Sebastian's uncomfortable couch. Honestly, he should have gotten rid of that thing 10 years ago. It was a service really, that he de-shredded it. She didn't realize how enticing a woman stretching could be for a man until she felt less through the pack bonds. She glanced over at Sebastian. You could sit down, you know? No. Are you trying to avoid alone time with me, Sebastian? She pouted. I am trying not to come over there and rip your clothing to shreds. She studied him for a moment as she blushed. He was so hesitant to be around her. She sat up straight. Come on, Sebastian, at least sit down. I don't think anyone is coming for a while, and I have total faith in you that my bones will not be jumped. He smirked, and after long hesitation, he walked over and sat on the couch. He was so stiff she giggled at him. It was clear to her that he hadn't been with a woman in so long that he didn't seem to know how anymore. She bit her lip, and he noticed, and he shot her a look so full of need she couldn't resist him. She moved quickly so he couldn't stop her and straddled him. The minute she did, liquid heat pooled in her core and she felt her body start going languid. His hands made their way to her hips and pulled her more firmly against him so that she could feel through their jeans what she was doing to him. Her hands found their way to his chest and she leaned down and kissed him, pouring every ounce of desire she'd been holding in to this point. He growled and pulled her closer. She was barely aware of the way her hips were moving because she was operating on complete instinct right now. All that mattered was the way he felt, and how she imagined he would feel once they got their clothing out of the way. She expected him to pull back, but he didn't. Instead, his hands found their way beneath her shirt, exploring her skin. Then, as had only happened once before, his hands got warm, sending a delicious heat that, unlike last time, spread through her entire body. Submit. He growled, voice so thick with need it was barely human. Under the power of her alpha, her entire body went limp against him. He put her on her back and positioned himself on top of her more intimately than anyone had ever done before. She moaned and arched her back into him. He felt so good she could barely deal. And then he made her submit to him. It was a feeling not of subjugation but rather of such complete safety that nothing else but Sebastian mattered. She didn't care if people walked in or what they saw, she didn't care about anything but him. Sebastian. She whispered. He was just staring down at her, shaking and resisting the urge to do something. She bit her lip again and that seemed to drive him over the edge. He reached his hand into her jeans and cupped her in the place no one ever had before. His huge hand holding there was exceptionally erotic. Then his finger found its way to that nub of pleasure and started to circle agonizingly slowly. She gasped and he took her gasp into a kiss just as consuming as their last one. She felt him switch his finger and slowly, sweetly insert one inside of her. She gasped at the feeling of fullness never before experienced. He seemed to realize that when it was difficult to even get a finger in. But he did, and when he did he seemed to have discovered a matching nub of pleasure deep inside of her that he stroked in time. Very soon she was gasping and begging him to take her over the precipice he had been slowly building her towards as he stroked her and kissed her. When she was finally teetering on the edge he nuzzled her neck, licking at the spot he'd bitten before, and then he whispered to her. You have submitted to me, Evelyn, without a struggle. I claim sole rights to you, and on the day you give me your virginity, you will have agreed to be my mate. Do you understand? Yes, Sebastian. She whispered, tone needy and aching. Do you agree? Yes, Sebastian. Please, she begged, gasping as he took her over the edge and into paradise. When Edie finally came down a little bit she realized they had both ended up laying down on the couch and she was currently the little spoon in a very snuggly position. She stretched slightly and turned around carefully so that the possessive arm he'd wrapped around her waist was not disturbed. She repositioned so that her head rested in the crook of his arm, her hand rested on his chest, and she quickly fell asleep as he watched her. Sebastian. She had been so completely and utterly responsive to everything he did. Every touch got a reaction, every kiss an enthusiastic response, and every time he touched her just right she made sweet little noises that drove him insane. She was beautiful and pure, and she had just allowed him to dominate her and control her body in a way no other woman had ever done before. And now she was his woman. She had agreed to it freely and willingly. He stared down at her, sleeping in his arms without a care in the world at what she had just agreed to. She was so achingly beautiful he could have watched her sleep for hours. She had snuggled into him like this was something that happened every day. As he watched her drift off to sleep trusting him to protect her, he wondered what he'd ever done to deserve her. Evie came awake to the sound of laughter. She had fallen asleep snuggled up with Sebastian again. It happened that way a lot. If anything he seemed to crave her closeness now. Things had grown ever more intense between them but they hadn't gone the whole way yet. She wasn't sure what she was waiting for but she was just happy right now. She was happier than she had ever been, basking in the fact that she finally had a real family around her, and that she had a man who seemed to be in love with her. Her cabin had become the new pack house and Sebastian had basically moved in with her. She sat up in bed and yawned. Some of the pack was visiting and Sebastian had gotten up to greet them. He was still cold and distant with his pack, but she saw now how deeply he cared for them. She was pulling on jeans and t-shirt when 2 loud rifle shots rent the air. She paused and looked around, dread filling her heart. Her fears were confirmed when a moment later the little boy who'd been laughing started screaming. Evie grabbed her father's rifle and ran down the stairs to see the little boy sitting by the body of his mother. She'd been shot in the head. If the bullet was silver, not even a werewolf could recover from that. The woman was gone. Standing in front of them was Adrian. She picked up the boy and rocked him as he cried. The smell of the alpha on her served to calm him. Adrian, where's Sebastian? He went to find the ones who shot. Hunters? We can only imagine. One of the new guards let your father make a phone call. I was on my way here to tell you and Sebastian when the shots rang out. Julia is dead? Yes. If they were friends of my father, then they would have used silver bullets. It was a headshot. That's the 3rd female we have lost to hunters. So you think they are targeting the women? Our women keep us happy, and they give us our children. Killing them off would destabilize us. Just then Sebastian showed up. Get away from the goddamn window. He growled at her. Sebastian, what the? He came towards her and pushed her and the boy into a corner, cursing when he saw the boy's mother. Adrian, take the boy and Julia's body and get them to their family. There are 5 other females dead. We need to get them all to safety, and then we need to meet and defend our territory. Adrian nodded and did as asked. Sebastian waited until they closed the door before he joined her in the corner, lips crashing onto hers. She melted into him as he ran his hands down her sides. At first, she wasn't sure what was happening. And then she realized he was making sure she was okay. She framed his face and her hands kissed him gently. Sebastian, I'm here. I'm fine. Tell me what I can do. He rested his forehead against hers. We are going to my cabin where it is safe. You are staying in my bed with me, and you will go nowhere without me. She nodded. Okay. I won tea. I expected a fight. Normally I would give you one. But this is obviously too serious for all of that. He pulled gently on her ponytail and kissed her. She smiled. I'll just pack some things up first. No. I will have someone else do it. You come with me now. What about my father? What about him? Maybe I could get him to tell me something. Evie, no. He growled. Why? It could help. He caressed her cheek. Very well. They went to her truck with him watching everything. They got into the truck and drove into town. It wasn't really a town per se, it was more like a really small village, and it was all werewolves. In the horizon, she could see the outskirts of the Grey Child village and the castle that overlooked it. That was where the vampires lived. She shuddered, and then they walked into the jail. Her father sat in the only cell. He looked so diminished from when she had last seen him. He had a huge beard and looked every inch the mountain man. He didn't even register her presence at first. When he did, he looked shocked. Ev? She winced. She hated it when he called her that. Hey, Dad. I never thought you would visit. You would have been right, except that the hunters you called are here. He smirked at her, setting off a rage in the pit of her stomach. Good. You know, they are killing innocent women with babies who have never done anything wrong. They aren't innocent. They are abominations like you. So what number am I on the hit list? Last, of course. I want you to see the path you have chosen burn around you. Why do you hate me so much? I'm your daughter. You're an abomination. Being my daughter doesn't matter. Did you ever love me? Before I knew. I'm the same person I was before you knew. The only thing that changed is you knew. It doesn't matter. You know, I wonder how it's going to feel for you when you die alone in this cell, with no one to care. We are going to beat these hunters, and when we do, I will never come to see you again. I will never speak to you again. I will let you rot in here. And when the day of your death comes, and you finally look back and see that all your life has been one massive useless hatred, and you tell them you want to see your daughter before you die, You will die alone. Because I want to come to you. The old man just glared at her. So how many are there, Dad? 2? His eyes flickered and she knew she had her answer. I'm not telling you. Fine, rot. She walked out of the building and got in the car with Sebastian. Anything? He asked. There are 2. Sebastian nodded. She had read through her father's journals. When a hunter falls, another comes to replace him. If that hunter fails, 2 come. If they fail, it's 4, and so on. Her father had been jailed. The hunter that had shot Sebastian had been killed, and now there were 2. He drove to the forest and then he led her to his cabin. When they went inside, she saw that he fixed it up from the time he'd gone all wolf on her. She hopped up onto the counter and smiled at him. So what should we do while we wait? She bit her lip and he smiled at her. Always so playful. Only with you. Only with me. He growled possessively. She grinned and kissed him gently. Are you okay? My pack is in danger. It's not your fault. I know. That's not what you're telling yourself. I know. She smiled. Look, you need to stop blaming yourself. You aren't the reason these people hate what's different from them. You can't stop them from hating what they hate. He kissed her and she kissed him back. You're going to drive me insane in here. And you think it won't be that way for me? If you ever doubt it, do your alpha magic and test the pack bond. He smirked at her. I do, often. Oh? She giggled. Yes. Were you testing them last night? No. What were you thinking last night? Nothing. She said nonchalantly, winking at him. He smiled and poked her where she was most ticklish in her side. She was laughing and smiling when another shot rang out and hit him in the shoulder. He growled and ripped it out with his claws. Then he was out and hunting. She did as he would have wanted and stayed hidden, out of eyesight of any window. When he came back, he was covered in blood. Some was obviously his own. Some was obviously not. Did you kill him? Yes. He walked up to the counter and she stood up, immediately preparing a rag to wash him off with. He let her care for him a little while before he stopped her and took off his shirt. Was the other hunter with him? No, at least there is only one more, but we need to find him before he can call in any others. Are you leaving now? Yes. He shifted to wolf form and then he was off, howling. Very soon she heard answering howls all throughout the woods. She stayed in the cabin worrying. She knew that leaving the cabin would probably only cause more problems for everyone, and she really didn't want a bullet to the brain or anywhere else for that matter. Besides, there really wasn't anything she could do to help. 4 hours had gone by when she heard a child's voice. It was a little kid. She looked out the window from the side so she wouldn't be seen. It was the little boy from earlier. He was naked, obviously having just shifted from wolf form. He was calling for his mother and her heart just about broke. It wasn't safe for him to be in the woods. She glanced over the trees and the surrounding woods and didn't see anyone. She went outside and he started to run towards her. He was in her arms when she saw Sebastian and 3 other wolves running into the clearing. They were not running casually, which could only mean they were still hunting. That could only mean the other hunter was nearby. She picked up the child and started for the cabin as fast as she could possibly go. But almost inevitably, a shot rang out. A split second later, a searing pain ripped through her abdomen. She dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The pain was so intense she couldn't move. Get into the cabin. She yelled at the boy. She was grateful as she began to lose consciousness that he listened to her and got into the cabin a split second before another bullet narrowly missed him, digging into the doorframe. Then everything went black. She's lost too much blood, it's the only way. Have you lost it? Such a thing must be done slowly, she will have no control. Adrian. Was that Adrian? A growling voice, much closer to her, responded. She will have me. Now, go with the others and make sure the hunters are all dead. Everything faded out again. When she came to once more, she heard Sebastian muttering in some other language. Then she faded out again. When she came to yet again, she came to consciousness fully. But it was a different kind of awareness. Everything was taller than she was. She could smell so many things, it was completely overwhelming. and when she went to move her arm, she winced, but instead of her voice, it was the yelp of a canine in pain. "Don't move, idiot. We are not healed yet." A voice in her head. What the hell was going on? She began to panic and try to struggle when a will not her own completely overpowered her, forcing her to be still. "What part of don't move did you fail to comprehend?" The voice was feminine but a little vicious at the same time. "Who are you?" She wondered in her own mind, feeling like she was trapped in a cage, battling this other being for control. "I am." Gee, that was helpful. She thought. Evie. It was Sebastian. She looked around frantically till she saw his face. He looked strained, and there were claw marks all over him. Who had done that to him? "Evie, you will listen to me." He was using every ounce of alpha in him, and slowly but surely she finally stopped struggling, but just barely. What was with her? Normally all he had to say was submit and she was jelly. "Listen to me, Evie. Hear my voice, and understand the words I speak. You were shot by one of the hunters. In order to save you, I had to awaken the wolf spirit that has slept inside you all this time. She is powerful and strong and she has completely overtaken you. You must take back control. She is every bit the alpha that I am. I cannot influence her like I expected to be able to. Only you can. You must pull back control. If you heal completely in this form, the wound will reopen when you shift back to human." Shift back to human? Did that mean, suddenly everything snapped into place? She might have been out for the count but her wolf had not been, and that keen mind opened to her providing the memories she was missing. She de-transformed into a wolf. She rolled onto her feet, all four of them, and padded over to the mirror that was knocked to the ground and looked at herself. She was gray with a black stripe down the middle of her, starting with her snout, and she was huge. Her paws alone were massive. She whined at the reflection, yellow eyes glowing. This being was not Evie, but something else entirely. Her. Evie refused to name her. Gathering up every ounce of strength, she addressed that spirit that had taken her over. It did not want to relinquish control. After all, her human form was weak. Why couldn't they stay this way? The more they battled internally, the hazier her form became in the mirror. Evie was winning. Finally, after what felt like a century of battling, Evie won. The first thing to change back was her eyes, changing from that haunting wolfish yellow to their normal color. Then the rest of her followed suit. It wasn't the same as when she had seen Sebastian or Adrian transform. They were fast at it, she was taking forever. When her body was human again, she collapsed to the ground exhausted, but Sebastian was there to catch her. She'd nearly forgotten him. "My wound?" she asked. "Nearly healed. It's only a scratch now, you took back control just in time." Why would it have been bad to heal in wolf form? She wondered, brain fuzzy with pain and exhaustion. When you suffer a fatal wound and then transform to save yourself, if that wound heals entirely in wolf form and then you change back, it reopens. No one knows why, it simply is how things are. I'd like to talk to whoever made that choice. She grumped. Sebastian chuckled at her. "I'm sure that you would." He caressed her cheek. "I did not expect her to be an alpha. Does it bother you?" She wondered, suddenly worried about that and ignoring the growl in the back of her head. "No. I admire her strength. She will need it when she meets my wolf." She is very cocky. They both laughed at that. "So, the hunters?" "There were several, and all are dead now." "Is it ever going to end?" "Not until a great deal more blood has been shed, I fear. We are moving the women and children into hiding with the true witches that remain here. All of them went last night after you were wounded. You will be joining them." "Like hell," she protested, wincing when her wound stung her with pain. "Where you go, I go. If you are staying here to face them, so am I. My wolf is powerful. We can help you." "No." He growled, clearly angered by the idea. Normally she would have stepped back, but she wasn't just Evie anymore. A growl rumbled in her chest. "Just try and stop me, Sebastian, I dare you. This is my pack and you are mine. I need to protect you all." "Silly wolf girl, that is my job." His voice was harsh and she realized she turned him on with her defiance. She smirked. Oh, she could use this. "I'm an alpha 2 RNTI? Do you think I don't have the same instincts you have to protect the pack and all? Because I'm feeling them pretty damn strongly right now. You are not ready for fighting. You need training and to learn to control your wolf side. Without that control, you would only be a liability. Ouch, now that stung. She didn't want to be a liability. Then teach me. Surely we have some time before the next batch of hunters shows their faces. Let us use this time wisely. Teach me, and then let me loose on them. She is aching to sink her teeth into a human. It might as well be a hunter and not an innocent villager or something. He sighed and considered her words for some time. Very well. I will not pretend that I couldn't use the aid of another alpha wolf hunting with me. But we must take great care. I cannot control her yet. Yet? When she accepts my wolf as her mate, and I mark her, then I will have that ability, but not before then. She nodded. Things she might have questioned before now made sense to her intuitively. Good. It's decided then. I heal up and train. Sebastian nodded. Then those hunters pay. Evie crouched behind the large oak tree, using all of her newly heightened senses to track her prey. It was amazing all the things she could smell now. Of course, a heightened sense of smell wasn't always a blessing, but mostly it was. In this case, it came in handy. She tensed in anticipation. Her prey was getting closer now, moving silently through the woods. If not for the scent brought to her on the wind, she would never have known. She waited, poised on the balls of her feet, ready. It had to be the opportune moment. Then, she pounced. Evie slammed into Sebastian with force, knocking him to the ground with her newfound strength, giggling as they fell to the forest floor. The surprise on his face was priceless, and she couldn't help laughing full force even when he recovered from his surprise and flipped them around so that he was on top and had her pinned down. Oh my God, your face. She managed to choke out the words. She was laughing so hard she was getting a stitch in her side. His severe expression was completely undermined by the smile he was struggling to hold back. You surprised me, little one, but you did not follow through with your attack. You wasted the element of surprise and now you are at my mercy. She calmed and grinned up at him. Did I? How do you know I wasn't just trying to seduce you? She wriggled beneath him to emphasize her point. His eyes heated and a low growl rumbled through his chest. You do not need to try, you simply need to be around for that to happen, minx. Evie pouted up at him. Really, because I'm around you all the time and it doesn't usually end up in a successful seduction. Sebastian smirked down at her, then leaned in and kissed her, gently at first but with increasing intensity. Things went from light-hearted to deadly serious in a moment. His kiss demanded total response. His hard body, rigid and pressing into her, heated her blood, demanding her surrender. She relaxed against him, embracing him and accepting whatever he was up for. Evie was more than ready to take things to the next level. He was driving her crazy with his waiting. It was almost as if he were holding off to see if she would bolt or something. She was hoping this might be the moment he allowed things to go to the next level. But, as usual, he pulled back and pulled away from her, sitting up in a crouching position as he looked down at her. She pouted up at him. There isn't anyone around, Sebastian. Why did you stop? You aren't ready. He murmured. Isn't that for me to say? You have yet to master your wolf, and your wolf has yet to accept me. That is how I know you are not ready. He stood up completely and offered his hand. Evie reluctantly took it and let him pull her up into a standing position, still pouting. But this time, the pout was because he was right. She hadn't faced her wolf yet. To be honest, the inner beast scared her, not because she was worried it would hurt her but because she worried it would take over and she never managed to regain control. How do I keep control of her? She questioned him as they began walking through the forest. He considered her question for a long, quiet moment. It's not so much about controlling her. It's more about becoming one with her. Think of it like reaching an agreement or an alliance where you both work together, where your goals are her goals. It's a mutual sharing of body and spirit, not a domination of one over the other. His voice was gentle and introspective as he advised her. How would I go about becoming one with her? Evie questioned. You must take some time and talk to her. What, like meditation? Something like that. This area is protected from hunters, little one. Take some time and connect with your wolf. Know that I will be nearby. He took her chin between his thumb and forefinger and tilted her head up, kissing her gently. Then he was walking away, disappearing in the trees. Evie sighed and looked around. Finally, she found a fallen log and sat down gingerly on it, taking in the trees with their leaves waving mildly in the gentle breeze, the dappled sunlight making its way through the branches of the trees to the forest floor. The wildlife all around her. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and sought inside herself. It wasn't long before her consciousness met another one. Her. Immediately the wolf began trying to take over. It took a few moments of internal battle before Evie understood that her inner wolfess reaction was that of a caged wild animal wanting freedom desperately. No wonder she hadn't been able to control herself well. She was basically holding her wolf captive. If Evie were forced to be in a cage all the time, she would be clawing for freedom too. "Alright, let us calm down and let's run the forest together," she murmured. The inner wolf seemed to calm and there was a sense of waiting. She opened her eyes and called for her wolf, giving in to the desire to run free. Unlike the last time she tried to shift where it had been slow and painful, this change came fast. Her view changed and suddenly she was much lower to the ground and her senses were soaring. "Hello human. Hello wolf." There was a moment of silence, almost like her inner wolf was confused at being allowed out when Evie had held her down with an iron grip since the last time she changed. "Let us explore together, shall we? Why the sudden change of heart?" The wolf was curious. "I got some advice from Sebastian." "Ah, the male alpha you wish to mate?" "Yes," Evie replied. "I shall see if he is worthy of us." "He is worthy of us. So you say." "I have yet to judge." The wolf sniffed haughtily. "Well then, let us learn to work together here, and then we can talk about Sebastian." "Fair enough. I warn you human, I will not give in easily." The wolf growled. Evie grinned internally. "Bring it, neither will I." They both laughed as the newest she-wolf in the pack took off through the forest, running at top speed and learning that there was joy in this kind of freedom. Evie was aware of Sebastian watching but it wasn't her main focus. Her main focus was the white wolf squaring off in front of her. She knew on some level that beneath that fur was her friend and packmate Adrian, but more importantly, he had the nerve to challenge her wolf. He wasn't as large as she was but he was close. Sebastian wasn't the only one watching either. The entire pack was here, in a circle around them. Both of them were panting. She'd gotten in a good hit on Adrian, injuring his back leg, forcing him to limp. He hadn't managed to touch her yet. Even Naomi was present, bearing witness as she did for every wolf to undergo the training. Turns out embracing her wolf hadn't been so difficult. It had only taken 3 days in the form of a wolf before she managed it. Now they were as one being in most things, except for Sebastian. Her wolf still wasn't convinced he was a fitting mate. Once she turned back into a human, she'd been told by Sebastian that she was ready for training. Evie had been expecting to hit up a gym or do some hand-to-hand sparring or something. As it happened, training was really a kind of gauntlet. You were to square off against all able members of the pack. It was a way of establishing your hierarchy within the pack. First, she'd gone up against the females, from weakest to strongest, then the males all the way up the chain to Adrian. After Adrian, she would face Sebastian. Evie alone didn't want to fight Sebastian for dominance but her wolf demanded nothing less. Since they were as one now, she found she could not deny her wolf's instinctual need for this. She'd been brutal with every wolf she'd faced and she knew it was because her wolf was an alpha. The weaker members of the pack had submitted without too much injury, but Adrian wouldn't go down so easily. It didn't matter that they cared for each other like siblings. In matters of dominance personal feelings had no place. It was about which wolf was the stronger and that was all that mattered. They circled each other, waiting and watching for an opening. She feigned a stumble, and Adrian pounced. It was a rookie mistake, but he was tired and injured and desperate to maintain his position a second. She spun around behind him, slammed into his injured leg, forcing him to go down with a yelp of pain. In a second she was on him, mouth closing around his throat just hard enough to draw blood but not hard enough to kill. Warning growls rumbled through her and filled the silent clearing with deadly intent. After a moment's hesitation, Adrian carefully twisted so that his belly showed and let out a low whine. She released his throat immediately and he licked her muzzle to show his submission. She licked his neck to soothe the teeth wounds there and then backed off, letting him turn back into a man. Adrian struggled into a standing position and smiled wanly at her through the pain. He was chagrined at having lost, but she could tell he was also proud of her, and she knew there would be no hard feelings between them. She prepared to shift back into a human herself, expecting the next and hardest fight to be tomorrow, but she was wrong. A low growl sounded behind her, full of challenge. She whirled and ducked just in time to avoid being knocked into oblivion by Sebastian's huge black wolf. She just barely managed to scramble around in time to meet his next attack. How was he so fast? Even fully rested, his size should have slowed him down, but it didn't. He was so quick she was only just barely managing to avoid his teeth and claws. His attack pattern was perfect. He didn't let himself open to attack even once. She could feel herself growing frustrated and angry. Her wolf was close to seeing red, and she knew that would be a very bad thing. If they were going to win, they needed to be smart. Sebastian had watched her in every fight she won, and he knew by now how she moved. Not only that, but he was one of the original werewolves and had centuries of experience on his side. The advantage in this fight was all his. Finally, exhaustion made her stumble, and he wasted no time in taking advantage. He was on her in seconds flat, teeth sinking into her side. She yelped and twisted around trying to get her teeth into him, but he was stronger than steel, evading her snapping jaws at every turn. Finally, she managed to shake him off, twisting quickly in her rage, and she managed to get her jaws into his left flank. She was exhausted and she knew she was outclassed, but if she didn't fight with everything she had, she knew the outcome would never be true. She had to give it her all, so she locked her jaw and held on for dear life while he did his damnedest to shake her off. Finally, she could hold on no longer and she had to release him and stumble away. He was on her faster than she could compensate for, and before she knew what hit her, his jaws were around her throat, biting down dangerously. He was playing no games. Evie went still and allowed him to knock her to the ground. It galled her to do it, but she knew she had no choice. She twisted so that her belly was vulnerable and whined her submission for all to hear. He held onto her throat for a long moment more, and then he released her. She rolled over onto her stomach and then shook off her exhaustion from the fight. She shifted back and got tiredly to her feet, uncaring of the blood running down her body from the wounds that were even now beginning to heal themselves. Sebastian stayed a wolf and howled for all to hear that he was still the dominant wolf, and still the alpha. Her pride was smarting, but she couldn't help smiling at his show of pride and victory. Now her wolf knew as well as she did that Sebastian was a worthy mate. And now, she was Luna in every sense but one. When Sebastian shifted back and met her gaze, she knew he was thinking the same thing. Evie watched Sebastian walk over to the window and stare out of it broodingly. It was yet another failed attempt to draw him into making love. He always backed away no matter what she tried. She stood up from the couch where they'd been so intimate once before and made her way over to Sebastian. She slid her arms around him, resting her head against his well-muscled back, a deep sigh escaping her. "What is it, Sebastian? Talk to me instead of shutting down and pulling away. After the hunters are taken care of, we will have time for what you desire," he murmured. Evie frowned. Yet another excuse to put off their first time making love. And what he said. There had been no venom in his voice, but no passion either. He sounded almost bored, as if she was the only one that wanted this. Had the bloom gone off the rose? Did he not want her any longer? As soon as that thought occurred to her, she pulled away from him, tears pricking her eyes and threatening to spill over. That was it, wasn't it? Why else would he be holding back when he'd been so passionate before? He didn't want her anymore, and he didn't know how to tell her. Evie felt so incredibly stupid. He'd been pulling away and giving her hints, and she had been so head over heels stupid in love that she hadn't seen it. She turned her back to him slowly, swiping furiously at her tears, determined not to let him see them. She glanced over her shoulder at him. He hadn't even turned around to look at her when she let go of him. Rejection rushed through her system, making her face heat with shame and anger. Her stomach churned and she had to swallow hard to hold in the sob that wanted to be released. Never mind then. She was proud of how steady her voice was. I got the hint. Without looking back, she walked out of his small cabin and shifted mid-step. She was getting good at doing so seamlessly and effortlessly. She took off at the fastest run she could manage, bolting into the forest. There was one area where her wolf was better than Sebastian's, and that was speed. She was faster than he was by enough that she could lose him at a flat-out run if he tried to follow her. She stopped at the border of the safe zone and whined, looking forward. She wanted to see Naomi, who lived outside the safe zone, which was much farther into the forest. Not only did she want to see Naomi, but she missed her cabin. She was only torn by indecision for a moment before she heard Sebastian howl not too far behind her. If she didn't move now, he would catch her. She bolted for Naomi's cabin. Arriving quickly, she padded up to the front door and scratched at the wood, letting out a friendly huffing bark. The door opened and Naomi was standing there. "Evie! What the hell are you doing outside the safe zone?" She put her hand on her hip and raised an eyebrow. "If the hunters don't kill you, Sebastian probably will." She whined a little and Naomi sighed and stepped back. "All right, come in." Once the door was closed, she shifted back into human form, wrapping herself in a blanket from the back of Naomi's couch. "Well, out with it. What made you crazy enough to break through the lines to come and see me?" "I'm upset and I needed to talk to someone who isn't a werewolf." Naomi laughed. "I can understand that. What has you so upset?" They walked into the kitchen where Naomi poured them some tea. Naomi seemed to always know when company was coming because she always had tea ready. "Sebastian keeps rejecting me." "Rejecting? Oh, you mean sexually?" "Exactly." Evie flushed red in embarrassment. "He keeps finding excuses to put me off. He goes quiet and pulls away whenever I bring it up. He never lets things get heated anymore. It's been weeks since training and he is practically a stranger. I know the hunters are a real threat, but they aren't a reason to not, you know." "Have you asked him why?" "Sure, but he claims it's nothing. He won't talk to me. I don't know what to do, and I won't go around begging for him to love me." "I can see you're upset, love, but what you really need to do is tell him all of this. Lay all your cards on the table. If he chooses not to play, then you can be upset and angry all you want. He will deserve your wrath. But if you just assume things and go based off of your assumption only, you could be wrong. Then how silly will you feel? All of this assumes he doesn't murder you for putting yourself in danger as you've done. Do you have any clue how furious he will be?" Evie thought about it for a moment and shrugged. "I can't say I've ever seen him truly angry." "Prepare yourself then, my girl. It isn't pretty and he is going to be raging and it will all be directed straight at you." Evie shivered a little bit. "He is the one that rejected me. He can't really care so much." Evie swiped at the tear that spilled when she said that. "For the record, I think you're wrong. But I can see that his actions have left you feeling alone and rejected. I can see he has hurt you. Just don't make it worse by acting rashly. Now trust me, the longer you are gone, the worse things will be for you when you go back. You'd best be going." "Thank you for the talk, Naomi. I appreciate you." "Anytime. Now go." In seconds Evie was on all fours and flying through the forest, bypassing the patrols easily. But she didn't go to Sebastian's cabin. She went to where the main bulk of the pack was camping. She wasn't ready to face Sebastian yet, and she wanted to take comfort in the community feel of the main camping grounds. She could feel his fury long before she could see him. It sang through the pack bonds like the scream of an electric guitar. Truth be told, she was almost afraid to face him. Almost. Had she been anything less than an alpha in her own right, she might have been cowering and hiding, or in her wolf form, belly up and whining. As it was, she waited for him to find her, refusing to go to him as she knew he would prefer. He found her standing before a large bonfire, the other women of the pack some feet back from her. They all knew there was a reckoning coming. He stood for a long moment, somehow no less attractive despite his anger. His eyes swept her up and down and then his jaw set, the muscle there twitching. He stalked forward like a lion after a gazelle, powerful, calculating, with deadly intent. He stopped when his face was only inches from her own. "You will come." Each word was saturated with the power of the alpha. She couldn't have resisted his command no matter how hard she tried to. Her body jerked forward without her permission and she fumed that he forced her to follow him this way. She would have followed willingly, this was just humiliating. But Evie refused to say anything. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of complaining. They finally came to his cabin. No sooner had she shut the door behind her than he was slamming her into it. The impact knocked the breath out of her but didn't do any other damage. He was shaking with the restraint he was showing, trying desperately not to do as his nature demanded and force her to submit to his will through blood and violence. "What the fuck were you thinking?" he roared, his voice so loud it shook the walls of the small cabin. "You went out of the safe zone and into the main territory alone when we know for a fact there are hunters out there. How many times do you need to get shot to learn that it is unsafe? What possible reason could you have had? What was so fucking urgent?" "I wanted to see Naomi. I needed to speak to her." "What the fuck for? Your little tantrum earlier?" Okay, now it was Evie's turn to yell. She shoved him, and when he didn't tease so much as budge, she kicked him between his legs. He grunted and stumbled backward. "Little tantrum? Little fucking tantrum?" Her voice was just as loud as his voice had been. "I ran out of here heartbroken, you bastard. You can only reject a person so many times before it hurts." With that, she deflated, all the fight going out of her as sorrow took her over to be quickly replaced with a gentler seething, boiling, bitterness. "What's worse, is you didn't have to lead me on like that. You could have simply said you didn't want me anymore. But at least it's all out in the open now. You can find someone you actually want by your side, and I can find someone who actually wants me, and one claim to and then reject me over and over and over again." "Evie," he murmured. "No, fuck you, Sebastian. I shouldn't have to beg for your attention, and if I do, then fuck your attention. I don't need you." She whirled around and stalked off. She made it to the middle of the small clearing around his cabin before he caught up with her. "Evie, that is enough, you have no." His words were cut short by the sound of a gunshot rending the quiet air around them. As if in slow motion horror, she watched Sebastian jerk as the bullet hit home right in the upper left of his chest, and a second one hit him in the forehead. There was a screaming sound, and it took her a long moment to realize it was her screaming. Then she saw red, immediately shifting into her wolf form and howling her rage and sorrow. The demand of Aluna to her pack for vengeance. Hundreds of answering howls met hers, and she turned and sprinted full out for the hunter who had killed the male she loved. The hunter had not been expecting her to shift and come after him. She could smell his fear, it was foul and pungent in her nose, but it made him easy to hunt. He was outrunning her on some sort of mountain bike. But he wasn't a wolf and didn't have her senses. His bike hit a root and he went flying over the handlebars, landing all akimbo several feet from the bike. By this time the pack was just catching up to her. She wasted no time at all in darting forward and ripping into his calf, making sure he saw her eat the meat, trying to triple his fear even as the pain made him cry out. She shifted into her human form and knelt next to him. "How many more of you are there? I'm not telling you anything," he shouted, thinking he was being brave. But even in human form, she could smell his fear. "If you don't start talking, my friends here will eat tiny little pieces of you right before your very eyes. If you tell us what we want to know, your death will be quick. Your choice." She used the sweetest, most soothing tone she could, pretending to pity him. He latched onto it and nodded furiously. "Fine. Fine. There are 3 others. I'm the only one to go this far into the forest, but they will come soon. They are staying in Gordon's cabin." Her cabin. They were staying in her cabin. Oh, that would need to be remedied immediately. Pack. Tear him to shreds. Slow. No. You swore it would be fast you. He was unable to speak anymore as screams overtook him. As she walked away from him she smirked and shrugged. "I lied." She ran through the forest, carefully scenting for any humans who were not supposed to be there. She'd been warned by the elder females that this was a bad idea and that it would cost her dearly, but she didn't see how she had any other choices. She changed to human form, not caring about how naked she was, and pounded on Naomi's door. Naomi answered, her eyes wide. "What are you thinking, Sebastian? Needs silence to heal." She couldn't bring herself to look at him, lying on the bed which had been moved into the living room. She couldn't bear the sight. Turns out it takes more than a bullet to the head and heart to take out an ancient. He recovered hours later. Except he didn't remember her, and there was no guarantee he ever would. She knew she piqued his interest through the pack bond, standing in plain view with not a stitch on and clearly desperate for some reason. "I've come to ask for your help as interim alpha of this pack." Naomi's eyes widened. "What is it you want, girl? Once I take care of the hunters that are here, can you make it so that no hunter ever comes here again?" Naomi whistled low. I can, but that would cost quite a bit. What is the cost? Only death can pay for life, and only great sacrifice and death can pay for many lives. What great sacrifice? Since you are the one asking, either you must sacrifice your own life or the life of a direct family member, and it must be you who gives the life. No one may help you. Is there any other way? Another of the pack may volunteer to do this instead of you. Evie was shaking her head no as soon as the words were out of Naomi's head. Adrian came from Sebastian's bedside. You don't have to do this, Evie. He wouldn't want you to. But if I don't do this, more and more hunters will just keep coming and we will lose more females and more pups. What if they kill Sebastian next time instead of taking his memory away? What then, Adrian? This is all my fault. How do you figure that? It was my father who started all of this. I'm responsible for ending this with him. She knew what she had to do. I've already sent the warriors to my cabin to clear out the rest of the hunters. It's time I saw my father again. Have him brought to the cabin? This needs to end where it started. Adrian nodded and went to do exactly as she ordered. Another warrior took Adrian's place at Sebastian's bedside. She met Naomi's steady gaze. It will be done before midnight. If you can go through with it, you will have bought security for your pack. She nodded and she knew that while Naomi was her friend she was a true witch first before all else, and they operated by rules that were mysterious and unknowable to Evie. As she made her way through the forest towards her cabin, she understood now what being a Luna meant. She had to make the hard decisions. She was going to have to darken her own soul so the souls depending on her for their future had a chance, so Sebastian could recover, so they didn't all have to live in fear all the time. It was going to kill her to do it. But it was the pack or her father or her. She was selfish enough to admit to not wanting to die, and she would always protect the pack. She hoped dearly that patricide would not damn her to hell. She came to the cabin just as Adrian walked up to the dirt road with her father struggling in tow. Evie's eyes widened. He was skin and bones, filthy, his hair wild, his beard full and long. This was not the man she remembered. He looked like a good wind would blow him over any minute. He was pathetic. His fellow hunters were dead and piled up in a heap near the tree line. The warrior of the pack flanked her as she walked forward to meet her father. Father. Evie. He muttered, staring in disbelief at the pile of what had once been his brethren. She saw confusion and hatred and sadness warring one another for dominance in his expression. As it so often had in the past, hate won and he turned his baleful gaze on her. Funny, it didn't even make her blink. In the past, that expression would have had her heart racing. It's time that this pack knew some security. I've made a deal with a witch, father. In exchange for my sacrifice, this pack will never know a hunter's blade or bullet ever again. Gordon spat on the ground, as close to her as he could manage. You don't have the balls. You're a scared, insecure little girl and you always were. Go ahead and come at me so I can laugh when you fail. One of the warriors handed her the rifle and she aimed it at him. She paused. He was a hateful creature and he didn't deserve to live after all the death he caused. He would have killed her had Sebastian not interfered. It wasn't like she wasn't making the world a little better by taking him out of it. But he was still her father and some remaining biological or psychological imperative was holding back her trigger finger. Her hands were beginning to shake and she knew right then that there was no way. No way she could kill her own father. It would have to be her life sacrificed then. How could she have thought she could kill her own father? Evie began to lower the rifle and Gordon laughed. Weak just like your mother was when I killed her. Evie and Gordon's eyes widened at the same time. Evie's because she hadn't known that, and Gordon's because he realized that in his glee he said something he shouldn't have. He watched as his daughter's eyes and face registered shock, then pain, then a steely resolve he'd never seen in her before. This time Evie didn't hesitate. She pulled the trigger and Gordon dropped like a sack of potatoes. Revulsion filled her at what she'd just done and she turned around and went into the cabin, closing the door behind her, shutting the pack out. Once she was sure she was alone, she ran to the bathroom and vomited until there was nothing left to vomit. Then she went for the liquor cabinet. She ensured the pack's safety. Sebastian didn't even know who she was anymore, and she just murdered her own father in cold blood. The cabinet was full and she planned to drink until it was empty. Part of her hoped it killed her, as the guilt of her actions slammed into her full force. Now she understood what they meant when they said that you do things in a war to win for the greater good that seems awful during times of peace. Evie didn't want to face the pack, see the disgust in their eyes and the lack of recognition in Sebastian's. She didn't even want to see herself in the mirror. All she wanted was oblivion. Something clattered to the floor and she was barely aware of the sound of glass breaking. She whirled around to find the source of the noise. It was a mistake. She lost her balance and fell unceremoniously onto her behind. Damn. She muttered and began to struggle into a standing position. Pathetic. The voice was male and sounded disgusted. She looked up, her vision swimming. Adrian. What do you want? She growled, finally managing to get to her feet. Somewhere between the rum and the vodka she lost her equilibrium. I want my Luna to behave like a Luna instead of drowning herself in alcohol like a self-pitying child. Your pack needs you. I shot my own father for this pack, and I can't get the image out of my head. I committed an unforgivable act so that everyone would be safe. What the fuck more do you want from me? Her voice was far too loud in the silent cabin. Adrian sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger. Look, everyone knows what you did for them. Everyone is grateful, but Sebastian still has not remembered everything and they need leadership. As the Luna, that would be you. You fought for that right and you earned it. You even kicked my ass. Where is that Evie? You've been swimming in booze for a week now. It's time to come back to reality. She swayed while she took him in. Even her addled mind knew that he made sense. I can't stop replaying it in my head. I can't stop feeling like the scum of the earth for doing what I did. Naomi stepped out from behind Adrian and came forward, taking her hand. Come, let us get you sobered up. She helped Evie to the kitchen. Once Evie was sitting down, she turned to Adrian. Go on and tend to the pack. I will have her to rights soon enough. Adrian nodded, jaw clenching, and walked out of the cabin. Evie watched him go. He's mad at me. Then she promptly burst into tears. Whack! The slap came so swiftly and so hard that Evie rocked back in her chair with the force of it, cupping her stinging cheek and looking up at Naomi in bewilderment. Stop being a whining baby. I want to have it. You are better than this and you and I both know it, so let us cease with the waterworks because they will earn you no pity from me. Now shut up. Then Naomi turned to the counter and began to brew some coffee and wash up the dishes that had piled up. It didn't take her long. There were only a couple of plates and a bunch of cups. An inspection of the refrigerator told the story of Evie's empty stomach. Naomi sighed. When was the last time you ate, Evie? I don't know. A couple of days ago? Naomi nodded as if she expected that. She took some bread and cheese from the fridge and began cooking. In no time he was sitting a plate of grilled cheese sandwiches and steaming cup of coffee in front of Evie. You will eat every crumb and drink every drop. Fearing another slap if she argued, she did as she was asked. Evie didn't realize how hungry she really was until she took the first bite of food. Completely ravenous, she scarfed it down and chased it with the coffee, not caring how hot it was. She could still feel the alcohol in her system, but it was faded and her thought process was crystal clear. The two women sat in silence for a long moment. She looked down at herself. Her shirt was covered in liquor and vomit stains, her jeans not faring much better. She reached up and found her hair a matted mess and she winced. How bad do I look? She couldn't meet Naomi's gaze. You look like a homeless drug addict. It's a good thing only Adrian has seen you like this. If the pack knew, you'd have lost all of their respect. You were supposed to be a leader and here you are, acting like an infant. She held up a hand when Evie would have interjected. No one denies you did a very hard and traumatic thing. But that's part of being a leader, making the impossible choices. You did what you had to. You don't understand. Evie murmured. Enlighten me then, Naomi said, putting another cup of coffee in front of her. I couldn't do it, Naomi. I couldn't kill him. I was going to offer my own life instead, then he told me he killed my mother and I snapped. I killed him. It wasn't for the pack that I pulled the trigger. My reason, in the end, was personal. The guilt is killing me. Evie confessed, voice quiet. Your mother's death had to be answered, and a life needed to be taken at that moment. You were the instrument of justice, my dear. That man deserved his death. You will carry the guilt of it with you for the rest of your life. That is the point of sacrifice, Evie. It hurts. It costs something from the person making the sacrifice. All magic costs and you are paying the cost. You will for the rest of your life. Evie snorted in disbelief. No wonder the babushki all warned me not to make a deal with you. Naomi threw her head back and laughed. Their advice was wise. The laws of magic are ancient and cannot be broken. You asked for a powerful magic, so something of equal value had to be given to fuel it. While someone of your bloodline lives, this pack will be safe from hunters. You sacrificed one life to save hundreds, potentially thousands if you consider the future generations to come. Evie nodded. I see your point. I don't feel any better about it, but I see your point. I didn't come to make you feel better, I came to make you see sense. You've had enough time mourning your actions, my friend. It's time you came to your pack. You should be attending to Sebastian. He is regaining his memory in bits and pieces. It's a slow process, but if you can connect with his mind, it will be much faster if not immediate. Adrian has tried, but it didn't work. You are our last hope of him regaining everything he lost. Will you come? Evie sighed and nodded. First, can I shower? She wondered, wrinkling her nose. I smell like a distillery. That would be doing us all a favor, Naomi smirked. Evie took a long hot shower, trying to wash away the shame and sadness and guilt as well as the grime on her body. When she was finally done, she pulled on a fresh pair of jeans and shirt of Sebastian's that he left here before they all moved into the safe zone. She brushed her hair until it was not free. By the time she was done, she felt like herself again for the most part. The woman looking back at her in the mirror seemed older. There were shadows behind her eyes that hadn't been there before. She shook off the surreal feeling and went downstairs. Naomi was waiting for her and they walked in contemplative silence to Naomi's cabin. Adrian was waiting outside for them and when he took her in the relief on his face was obvious. Are you back with us? He asked, his voice gentle. As much as I can be. She didn't want to lie. He nodded as if to say that was good enough for now. She took a deep breath and walked into Naomi's cabin. She noted that no one followed her in. She and Sebastian were alone. He was shirtless, sitting on the couch and clearly physically recovered fully. But when his eyes met hers, there was no recognition in them. I hear you are the Luna. He murmured. She smiled gently at him and sat next to him, keeping a foot of distance between them. Not really. To be a true Luna I would have to be mated to the Alpha first. You are not my mate then? He asked. No, she watched his face for any emotions. He looked her over, gaze heating. I find you attractive. I can feel your strength. Why did I not claim you? She shrugged. I don't know, to be honest. I wasn't exactly resistant to the idea. He smirked, expression almost wistful. I wish I could remember. He stated. That's why I'm here right now. The pack needs their alpha back, running on all cylinders. Adrian attempted to make me remember as well. It did not work. Why would it work with you? He wondered. Evie shrugged. I'm not sure how it works. Maybe because our connection is different than the one you and Adrian have. Are you willing to try it out? I am. He held his hand out and she took it, closing her eyes she sought out the bond she had with the rest of the pack, and then the one directly to his mind, opening it wide and letting him in, holding nothing back. He jerked as all of the information from her memories flooded his mind. Evie wasn't sure how long they stayed like that, but finally, he jerked away from her, cradling his head in his hands. She gave him a few moments. Sebastian? Do you remember anything? He straightened up. No, I'm sorry. She could see frustration clear in his gaze. It's okay. The memories may come back on their own. It takes time. She patted him on the shoulder, the contact of flesh on flesh sending tingles down her spine. She cleared her throat and got up, going outside. Adrian stood up from the porch chair he'd been sitting on. The sun was setting. They must have been at it longer than she thought. Well? He says it didn't work. He doesn't remember anything. Naomi patted Adrian's forearm in a soothing motion. Then we wait. She said. Sometimes things cannot be fixed in an instant. Adrian nodded and looked like he was about to say something when his eyes widened and he straightened to full height. Naomi looked surprised too. Evie spun around and saw Sebastian standing in the doorway. Except, instead of the blank expression he had before, her Sebastian, the one she'd come to know, was staring down at her. "It's time I had a discussion with my Luna," he growled. Adrian and Naomi both grinned and nodded. Evie was fairly certain they both said something, but she didn't make it out. All she could see was the heat in his eyes. It didn't take long until they were alone outside Naomi's cabin. How could she face Sebastian now, after what she'd done and how she'd handled herself after? Shame overwhelmed her and she turned tail and ran, shifting immediately. He followed right after her, nipping at her, hurting her until they ended up at his cabin. He pushed her inside and then turned back into a man. "Shift." His command was impossible to ignore and she complied, shifting back into human form, fully conscious that they were both naked. He slammed the door shut behind him, throwing them into total darkness. It took her a few seconds to adjust to the darkness, but it was all he needed to push her up against the wall. "You have nothing to feel shamed for." Evie tried to look away from him, but he refused to let her, forcing her to meet his gaze, cupping her face in one of his large hands. "And for the record, I was not rejecting you. I didn't think you were truly ready to commit the rest of your life to me. I wanted you to have options for as long as possible." And now? Now that she'd done such an unforgivable thing, would he still want her? "Now, I don't care if you are ready. I'm taking what's mine." With that, his lips crashed down on hers, dominating, demanding, taking everything she had to give and demanding more. His hands traced her cheeks, then the sides of her neck, down her spine to cup her buttocks, picking her up like she weighed nothing at all. She wrapped her legs around his waist, his hard shaft nestling against the core of her where its velvety strength only made her ache more. Need pulsed through her body and her breath came faster. Every touch of his fingers sent desire and pleasure spiraling through her body. His lips made a path to her neck where he nipped and sucked on the sensitive skin there. She wasn't aware they were moving until she was laid down on his bed. He joined her there, arching his body on top of her, pinning her down. Her hands explored his wide shoulders and muscular back, digging her fingernails in, leaving small scratch marks. His mouth found her nipple and he sucked, swirling his tongue around the sensitive peak while his other hand traced her stomach until it found her center. He inserted 2 fingers into her wetness and she moaned loudly at the feeling as he found that nub of pleasure inside of her and stroked it gently and rhythmically. "Do you like this?" he demanded. "Yes." "Oh, yes." She gasped, arching her back, her hips meeting his fingers as he thrust them in and out of her. He used his thumb to circle her clitoris and she couldn't hold back the little moans he was eliciting from her. She was lost to the sensations of his tongue and his fingers as he shifted his attention to her other breast, taking the nipple into his mouth. He took her higher and higher just to the edge of the precipice of ecstasy and then he ceased, pulling up and looking down into her eyes. "Do you submit to me, Evie?" he growled. The wolf was just as present in his eyes as the man was. "I submit to you, Sebastian," she murmured, meaning every word. With a rumbling growl, he thrust into her hard. The pain was acute, making her cry out and tense up. He was so large, there was no way she could do this. Her body instinctively tried to back away, but he gave her no quarter. After a few moments he began to thrust in and out of her, slowly and gently, and the pain began to turn into pleasure as she adjusted to the length and girth of him. "Sebastian!" she cried. The sensations were so much more intense than what he managed to make her feel with his finger, the feeling of oneness so much more intimate. He began to thrust harder until he was grunting with the effort and she cried out with each thrust because every thrust was hitting that sweet spot deep inside of her. "Who do you belong to?" he growled. "You," she gasped. "Say it," he demanded. "I belong to you, Sebastian." Again. "I belong to you." He thrust into her again and then sank his teeth into her throat, claiming her completely, and the mix of intense pleasure and pain sent her reeling over the edge and she cried out as her entire body shuddered with the pleasure. He followed after a few more thrusts, spilling his hot seed deep inside of her. She gasped for air, but he wasn't done with her yet, beginning again to build that crescendo inside her, reaching down to circle her clitoris. "Did I not tell you that you would be in my bed and we would not leave it for many days?" "Sebastian, I don't think I can." "You can, little one, and you will." I'm going to take you until you beg me to stop, and then I will keep on going until you know without a doubt that you're mine. We are nowhere near to done. The primal promise in his gaze had her near the edge again, and she knew she was utterly at his mercy. She groaned in protest as Sebastian shook her gently. No, she grumped. I love you, Sebastian, I really do, but as God is my witness, if we go at it one more time I'm going to end up in a wheelchair. She couldn't help but smile at his smug masculine chuckle. It had been 1 full week since they made love for the first time. The only breaks they'd taken were to eat, use the bathroom and sleep occasionally. They'd gotten completely and utterly lost in each other. Come, little one. We have exceeded the time we can take away from the pack, especially since you have marked me. His voice was gentle. She opened her eyes and turned around in the bed so that she was facing him. She moved his hair to the side and inspected the mark where her teeth had pierced his neck in a moment of passion. He hadn't told her until later that marking each other this way during sex was the way that werewolves claimed their mates. She leaned forward and kissed him there, enjoying the way he shuddered in pleasure. Why especially now that I've marked you? She wondered. Now that we are officially a mated pair, you must be presented to the pack as the official Luna. Adrian has been setting up the gathering all day long in the backyard of your cabin. He leaned in and kissed her deeply. When he pulled back she grinned. Our cabin now, don't you think? Aren't we basically married? We are much more than married, Evie, what we are can only be undone by death. And isn't that so much better? She grinned up at him and he graced her with a rare grin of his own. You are goddess sent and that is the truth. He stated. Now go and dress before I decide I can't control myself. She giggled and stood up, looking for the clothing that had become lost during their week of torrid passion. When she found her shirt she laughed and held it up for him to see. I can't get dressed, Sebastian. You've ruined my clothes. She shook the shirt for emphasis. It was torn to shreds and would cover nothing. Her jeans hadn't fared any better. I'll have to run to my cabin. That's where the rest of my clothing is. I'll meet you there. He smirked. He swatted her behind just before she shifted. She snapped playfully at his hand and wagged her tail before loping off into the forest towards her cabin. The party was already in swing. The entirety of the pack was present. The vodka was flowing and there were tables set up, groaning under the weight of the food they held. She shifted and went inside the cabin, running up the stairs and into her bedroom. She pulled on some jeans and a sweater as the temperature was cold and made her way down. Sebastian was already there in his usual jeans and shirt, showing off his muscular physique. When she walked into the backyard and took her place at Sebastian's side, everyone turned to face them and the crowd slowly went quiet. Once all was silent, Sebastian addressed the crowd, his voice confident, sure, and booming with just a hint of pride in his tone. Pack. The woman standing beside me is newly come to us, a Thurian from the United States of America. She has embraced her wolf and proven in combat to be the strongest of anyone in the pack save for me. She has sacrificed deeply to keep the pack safe, killing her own father to do so at great emotional cost to herself. She didn't have to do anything for this pack, but from the moment she arrived, she was our friend, and now our protector. She has accepted my mark, and I have accepted hers. We are mated, and now as alpha of this pack I declare beneath the moon for all to hear, that this is your new Luna. There was a brief moment of silence, then everyone in the area tipped their heads back and howled at the moon. Sebastian and Evie grinned at one another and joined the pack in their song. Eventually the howling tapered off and the party started. One by one and some in groups the females all came up to her and greeted her as their Luna. As an official Luna, she was now connected to every one of these women. Her strength was their strength, and their strength was their offspring's strength. A strong Luna meant a strong pack. That hadn't truly hit home until this night, and she found herself feeling a little overwhelmed by the trust they were all placing in her, the trust that Sebastian was placing in her. It was no small position to carry, the position of Luna. The elder women took her aside and whispered words of wisdom to her, offering their guidance in the future, and she was grateful for it. She fingered the necklace she'd gotten so long ago at the hidden market, looking down briefly. Then she looked again, gasping. Sebastian. He looked where she was looking and froze. The moonstone in the center was glowing brightly enough to give off its own light. She met Sebastian's gaze. What does it mean? Naomi. Sebastian roared. It only took a few moments for Naomi to come gliding over to them. When she did, her eyes fixated on the necklace. "May I?" she asked. Evie nodded and Naomi took the pendant in her hands and studied it, then closed her eyes, cupping it in her hands. After a long time, she met Evie's gaze. "Where in the world did you get this?" There was a hint of wonder in her voice. "I got it from an old woman in the hidden market." "Who, can you point her out?" Naomi asked. Evie looked around the group, carefully checking every face, and her brow furrowed in confusion. "Actually, no. I don't see her here at all. This was a gift from the moon goddess Evie." "What does it mean?" Naomi's gaze switched to Sebastian. "It means your mate is not the only one to surface in this generation. Your 8 brothers will find their mates as well. It is the moon goddess's blessing upon her original 9. "Why now?" he questioned. "I do not know the mind of the goddess. All I know is that this is a sign that the 9 Lunas have come into the world, and that Evie here is the first and eldest of them. The first of the Queen Lunas. Given some of the prophecies known only to the witches, I can only assume this means that the packs will need the strength that a fierce Luna will give them. You are blessed, my friend, and so is your union." So it turns out that werewolves go into heat. It also turns out that when the Luna goes into heat, so do all of the other females in the pack, at least, the ones old enough to go into heat. When that happens, the males become more aggressive and fights break out over the unmated females. Some of the unmated males even challenging the weaker mated males for their mates. It was as if someone had drugged them all. Despite the fact that her heat was fast approaching just like all the other females, as Luna, she had to go around settling disputes with Sebastian, and she remained uncomfortably unsatisfied. It was a feeling that only grew with her impending heat. The current situation was an unmated male that challenged for a weaker mated male's mate. She and Sebastian had been about to take care of their mutual discomfort when the defeated male's mate had come pounding on the door. The woman was currently standing behind Evie, who had taken a defensive stance in front of her. The mated pair were omegas and no match for the better-bred male who had challenged for mating rights. He was a bull of a man and was normally fairly aggressive. With all the pheromones in the air, he was much worse. "Graham, you cannot claim rights to a mated female even if you bested her mate. Mated pairs are off limits during heats, you know this as well as the rest of us." Her voice came out agitated and confident. In fact, she had only learned that in the last couple of days. "She is under my protection." Graham was furious and none too happy with her interference. In his mind, he won her by right of combat. Were she an unmated female of proper age and were she consenting, he would be in his rights to claim her, but that wasn't the case here. Sebastian put a hand on Graham's shoulder. "Graham, you are old and you have lived long without the comforts of a mate. I understand your desire, but this woman is not yours to take. You must accept that." Graham gestured wildly to the woman's maid, who was a bloody pile on the forest floor, barely able to move, groaning in pain. He was lucky to be alive. Naomi was tending him with a harried look on her face. She'd been working double time as well in her capacity as the pack's healer. "I will have her. I earned the right." Evie stepped more firmly in front of the trembling woman and met Graham's eyes, letting her wolf show in her gaze. "She doesn't want you. There is no consent and she is a mated female. You have no rights to her. She is under my protection." Evie growled. "Then I challenge you." Graham roared and charged Evie, shifting mid-run. His eyes were wild and he was foaming at the mouth like a rabid dog. Evie just barely managed to whirl around and throw the woman towards Sebastian and then throw herself to the ground, narrowly avoiding razor-sharp claws and teeth. She twisted around so that she was crouching on the forest floor and embraced the wolf, changing forms quickly and avoiding another attack. Graham was a bear of a wolf with shaggy reddish fur and yellow eyes. He was a warrior for the pack, all compact muscle and fighting spirit. She fought him before and won. What was he thinking? He might be a warrior, but her wolf was an alpha. Big difference. She ran at him as he ran at her and they leaped at the same time. The sound of their massive bodies hitting each other resounded throughout the clearing. They both landed, neither one even close to giving up. She rushed him again and at the last second, she went low, clamping her jaw on his front right leg as hard as she could, and using her momentum to twist until with a snap it broke. Graham yelped in pain, but she wasn't done. He had directly challenged her and she had to show the watching pack members that doing so could only end in blood. She was within her rights to kill him for doing it. She whirled faster than he could compensate for and knocked him over. His vulnerable belly was only exposed for a moment, but she dug her claws deep, drawing more yelps of pain from Graham before he managed to limp away from her. He was clearly trying to retreat, but he had not submitted. After a direct challenge, retreat wasn't good enough. If he didn't submit, she was going to have to kill him. She ran after him and he whirled on her, snapping his jaw down on her muzzle, cutting off her air. She raked at him with her claws, but he had her good. Panic set in, but she managed to rein it back and think. She'd already broken his leg. That was his weak spot and she could reach it. She scuttled her back legs down and fell to her side. Thinking she was submitting, he moved closer and she kicked out with her back paws, hitting his broken front leg. He yelped, releasing her muzzle, and she leaped up and latched onto his throat, clamping down for all she was worth. She let a vicious growl rumble through her as he fought to get free. The power of the alpha wolf. It was something she was still learning to use. It was the same power Sebastian used when he told her to submit. Using the mind link established by the pack bonds, she used that same command on Graham. Submit. Between the pain and her alpha authority, he went still and whined, showing his belly, his ruined leg sticking out at an awkward angle. Naomi was going to have another patient today. Evie released him and shifted back into her human form. Shift. She commanded. He did. It was painful and he barely managed to keep from crying out. His right leg was clearly badly broken, the injury translating through and not healing during the change as most wounds did. That was another thing Evie had learned over the last few days. Wounds left by the Alpha or Luna did not heal at the normal accelerated rate, but rather took a human amount of time to heal. Graham would be out of commission for months. Sebastian made his way to her, unhurried and seemingly unconcerned, but for the way his eyes roamed every inch of her, searching for injury. His jaw was tight and she knew he wanted to kill Graham. But Graham had the right to challenge her, and once the challenge had been made, only she had the right to answer it. He ran his thumb gently beneath her full bottom lip, wiping away the little bit of blood that had remained after her shift had healed her injuries. You did well, little one. Thank you. I wish it hadn't been necessary. Is this just going to get worse? She wondered. It is hardest on the older males who have gone so long without finding their mates. It hasn't been a concern in a very long time, because without a Luna the heat cannot come, and frankly, nobody expected you to go into heat so soon. Most of us, Therians included, cannot go into heat until at least 2 years after the first shift. No one was prepared. Least of all me, Evie muttered, the irritability reasserting itself. She could feel the changes in her body and it made her uncomfortable. It was like being on your period times 10. I need this to stop. She murmured. Sebastian's eyes heated with the promise of passion. That is why I am here. Once we get the pack in order, we will ease your discomfort. Can't come soon enough for me. She sighed. Evie and Sebastian shared a heated look and then a resigned one, and went to check on the distressed Omega couple. The pack needed their leaders before any personal satisfaction might be found, and they both knew it. Her body was on fire. No wonder they called it heat. It felt like she was burning with fever, and no matter what she did to cool herself, it didn't work. She was absolutely miserable. Sebastian opened the door to the bathroom and then pulled back the shower curtain, taking her in for a long moment as she stood beneath the freezing cold water, trying and failing to cool down a little bit. I'm sorry, I don't think I can walk among the pack today. It's bad. She murmured. He pulled her out of the shower, uncaring that she was soaking. Oddly enough, his touch calmed the heat some, and suddenly she was clinging to him. The closer to him she was, the less the heat burned her. Sebastian, she gasped, wordless need in her gaze. He growled and leaned in, kissing her. She moaned in bliss at the contact and melted into him, feeling his kiss in every nerve ending. Little one, I would love nothing more than to help you through this. He ground against her so that she could feel the evidence of that. But there is a likely consequence of mating while you are in heat. He murmured. What's that? She murmured breathlessly, completely distracted and running her lips over his chin. Pups. He stated. That gave her pause. Pups. He meant children. She was likely to conceive while she was in heat. A million thoughts ran through her head. Were they ready for children? Was she ready for children? We never talked about that. She stated. He caressed her cheek and pulled them out of the bathroom, sitting on her bed and pulling her down to sit next to him. He wasn't meeting her gaze. I understand if you do not want pups, he murmured. She frowned and sat up, swinging around so that she straddled him. It felt wonderful against her heated skin and she needed him to look her in the eyes. It isn't that I don't want pups ever. It's just I hadn't thought about having pups yet. I just became your mate and just became Luna. This was the last thing I was expecting, to be honest with you. But don't turn away from me. Let us talk about this. He met her gaze and something akin to wonder crossed his expression. You would welcome pups from me? He sounded disbelieving. Are you doubting it because of your past? I thought we had talked about that before. You know that I don't judge you for that. Perhaps I judge me for that. Do you think you aren't worthy of having pups? She questioned. Because I want you to know that I don't for a second think that you would be a bad father. I don't question your ability to be a parent or to care for us. If I take you, little one, and you fall pregnant, will you be upset? He questioned. No. Let's agree that if it happens, and if it doesn't, we won't be sad. He pulled her lower half flush against him, his member flush against her core. There were no clothing between them because he had been in wolf form before coming into the cabin. His hands framed her sides and she reached down, guiding him inside of her, moaning as he slid in, inch by inexorable inch. The heat inside her blazed and he moaned, lost to the scent of her pheromones. She rocked her hips and ground into him, completely wanton, totally forgetting any and all inhibitions she may have ever had, losing herself to the heat. Christ, he murmured. Then he gave into it as well and whirled her around so that he was on top of her, but she wasn't having it. In this state, she was stronger than he was and she pinned him down. He chuckled at the look of victory on her face as he rode him, grinding her hips and taking everything she needed, what she wanted, as he hit that special place inside of her again and again while his hands roamed her heated skin. Finally, when she was almost there, he grabbed her hips and forced her to be still. She whimpered, needing release. He began to thrust into her hard and fast, forcing her to be still and take what he was giving her. She reveled in his dominance, throwing her head back as she went flying over the edge so hard she saw stars in her vision. He came a second after and she loved that he felt such pleasure in her. They fell back onto the bed and she tucked into his side, resting her head on his chest as they both caught their breath. I love you, Sebastian. She sighed. And I, you. He replied. He leaned in and kissed her, unhurried and slow. She relaxed into it. Were they working up to go again, because she was completely okay with that. He sensed her readiness and he graced her with one of his rare grins. A knock at the door made them both freeze. Alpha, 2 males have come, they say that they are your brothers. They are here to meet the Luna. Evie looked up into Sebastian's face and froze. He looked furious. Sebastian sat up. Tell them we will be down in a minute. Yes, Alpha. Sebastian looked down at Evie. How are you? She knew he meant how was the heat. She evaluated herself. I feel almost normal, but I don't know how long that will last for. She admitted. Good. It helps that you smell like me. Let us dress and go and meet my brothers. As they pulled on some clothing, she studied him closely. He was none too thrilled that they were getting visitors. I didn't know you had any brothers, Sebastian. They aren't family. They are 2 of the 9. The Lupus Antiqua? She asked, remembering the story Naomi had told her. The very same. He murmured. Why are they here to see me? She wondered. We will find out, little one. Do not be afraid. She took his hand as they came down the stairs and smiled up at him. I'm not afraid of anything. Her first thought was that they were somehow incomplete. The 2 males standing before her were massive, as large as Adrian was, and they looked identical except for the eyes. One had black eyes, and the other had red. They were clearly twins. Sebastian glared at them, clearly uncomfortable. Where is your other brother? He questioned. Where is Julian? Red Eyes smirked. He is assisting our pack. It is under siege currently. Black Eyes spoke up then, as if completing his brother's thought. And the Luna is having troubles with the Alpha. Both males' eyes switched to her then, appraising, noses raising slightly in the air to take in her scent. Their interest in her was clinical, assessing, calculating. Evie stepped forward. We just dealt with a siege of sorts ourselves. I can feel the power rolling off of you too. If you are part of this Luna-S pack, then why aren't you defending her? Surely you don't need another pack's help. Red Eyes stepped forward, halting when Sebastian let loose a warning growl. We heard another of the Lupus Antiqua's mates had surfaced, but we had to confirm for ourselves. My name is Nathan. She nodded at him. Then Black Eyes stepped forward, stopping just beside his twin. I'm Owen. It's nice to meet you both. Are you hungry or thirsty? Her instincts as Luna were taking over, demanding she treat them as guests since they weren't hostile. Owen smirked and shook his head. We couldn't put Sebastian out like that. He despises us. He grinned full force at Sebastian, who simply glared, completely annoyed. Nathan rolled his eyes. It doesn't help that Owen lives to antagonize him. Still, we are thankful for your offer. We have come to ask for help as a matter of fact. Our Luna-S mate is Everett Hale. Sebastian's eyes widened and his jaw went slack. Everett is still alive? Indeed, and he is no more in control of his wolf than he was in the beginning. Except now he has a mate and the largest pack the United States has ever seen. She is doing her best to help him control it, but she is barely managing it. What's worse, they are fighting off a faction of wolf packs who attacked, fearing how large their pack grew. Why are you not helping her control him? Everett does not know us. The only other one of the ancients he knows is you, Sebastian. He sees his Luna as lesser than him. Worthy, but lesser. You, on the other hand, his wolf would accept as an equal. Evie stepped forward. There is an issue. I went into heat, pulling every female of age in the pack with me. We are about to have a great many pregnant females. With pups on the way, we can't spare the warriors or the alpha. What if they came to you? Our Luna trusts Julian to run the pack in her absence. She could be convinced to travel here if it will help her mate. He will follow where she goes. What can Sebastian do to help this Everett person? She wondered. In reality, other than being a familiar presence, what good does it do? She narrowed her eyes. They wanted to bring a feral time bomb into her pack. She had to put the pack first, no matter how badly Everett Hale needed help. Nathan smiled calmly at her, serene almost. He can teach him self-control and show him an example of how an alpha should lead. My brother and I choose not to have our own packs and would be terrible teachers. How did you come to join Everett's pack? Sebastian wondered. I never would have pegged the infamous triplets to be pack wolves. Both males shrugged, identical smirks overtaking their expressions. We didn't join for Everett. We joined for the Luna, Serena. They said it in unison and Evie shivered. They were a tad creepy, especially Owen with his fathomless black eyes. What is so special about this Serena female? Asked Sebastian. She is pure-blood alpha-born and follows the old ways. The moon goddess chose her to be our Luna. We obey. They said the bit about obedience in unison too. It was like they shared one mind or something. Evie met Sebastian's gaze and they had a silent little debate about whether allowing Serena and Everett Hale to come here was a good idea. Evie wasn't sure, but eventually she gave in to the demand in Sebastian's mind. He was determined to help his ancient friend in any way that he could. The compromise was that he could not leave the pack to do it, even if the absence was for a short time only. Sebastian met each twin's gaze. They may come here and stay for as long as it takes Everett to learn to control himself, for the good of his pack and his Luna. The twins both nodded their heads and then they were loping out of the cabin, through the front yard and into the misty forest, vanishing from sight quickly. Sebastian, they were very strange. It was almost as if they share the same mind? He asked, completing her sentence for her. Exactly. What else with that? She asked. The triplets have always been strange, even before the moon goddess gifted them with the wolf spirits. I remember a witch in the 1800s saying they had the WYRD. That they were weird? Evie scrunched her nose, confused at his wording. He chuckled. No. That they had the WYRD. WYRD. It means they had the gift of sight and prophecy, much like the fates in Greek mythology. So they can see the future? Nathan sees the future. Owen sees the past, and Julian sees the present. They are all three powerful alphas in their own rights, but they refuse to separate from each other for longer than little missions like the one Owen and Nathan went on to visit us. And what about Everett? She asked nervously. I can handle Everett. I always could. She grinned at him and pulled her hair to the side and off of her neck to cool down, exposing her mark and letting her scent disturb the air in the room. Her temperature had begun to rise again. Okay, but until Everett arrives I can think of some other things you could be handling. She murmured suggestively. Evie stood at Sebastian's side as they watched two massive Harley-Davidson motorcycles pull up. Both bikes were seriously souped up and kit for off-roading. Either their pack had a mechanic or they had tons of money for custom bikes. The woman got to the parking area first, halting right next to Evie's now inherited beat-up Chevy. The man was close second, parking next to her. Everett Hale got off his bike and took his helmet off quickly, sitting it on the seat of his bike. And immediately stalking towards Sebastian. There was something so feral about him that it set Evie on edge. He was a bit scruffy with dirty blonde hair and classic masculine features, high cheekbones, and a high forehead with full lips. He was attractive, but in her opinion, he had nothing on Sebastian. Sebastian began stalking towards Everett and they circled each other a few times before meeting in a bone-crushing hug. Evie couldn't help but chuckle a little bit. Then she noticed a woman who could only be Luna Serena, and Everett flew out of her mind. How had this female not been the first thing to capture Evie's attention? The power rolling off of her rivaled Sebastian and Everett's own, far outstripping Evie's wolf. She had olive-toned skin with a trim but muscular build, like an athlete, while still managing to look feminine with her hourglass figure, full lips, and big dark liquid eyes. Serena's cheekbones were wide and high, her eyes slightly slanted, and she had an earthy beauty that heavily hinted at Native American blood. She gave off a sense of mystical energy and mystery. She stood with her back straight and such authority in her eyes that Evie very nearly showed the woman her neck in submission. It took a great deal of willpower not to. This wasn't just a Luna. This was a freaking queen to be feared and obeyed. Serena noticed Evie looking at her and gave her the same appraising look that Evie was giving her, finally walking over to stand next to her. They both watched as Sebastian and Everett talked to each other in quiet voices, a conversation just between them. Thank you for taking us in, Luna Evie. Serena murmured, observing the niceties carefully. Evie smiled warmly at her and offered her hand for a shake. You're more than welcome, Luna Serena. The Tundra Pack has been looking forward to the visit, especially with so many of the females expecting pups. I've been told the presence of 2 alpha pairs is considered auspicious. It is. When are you due? Evie chuckled at Serena's mistake. Oh, I'm not expecting, just a lot of the females in the pack are. Serena cocked her head and smirked. I can promise you, you are expecting. It's very recent, but I can smell the pheromones beginning to change inside of you. Sebastian would have noticed in a day or two and begun to suspect. Serena's face was dead serious. I just tend to pick these things up more quickly than others. Evie's eyes widened in shock and her hands flew to her stomach. I'll be damned. She muttered. Serena laughed at the expression on Evie's face. Don't tell Sebastian, okay? I want to see if Naomi can tell me if it's a boy or a girl. Who is Naomi? She asked the pack healer. She is also a witch. Serena nodded as if that were common enough. Your secret is safe with me, but don't wait too long to tell him, or your secret will tell itself. Thank you for telling me, Serena. No problem, Evie. The men shifted into wolf form and took off without so much as a by your leave, making both women blink in surprise. Well, that was rude, Evie growled. Serena chuckled. They'll be back in no time. In the meantime, did you want some tea or coffee? I do love a coffee. This time zone thing is messing with me. She murmured. Evie laughed, remembering that it hadn't really caused her any issues. Maybe Serena wasn't her better in all things. This vulnerability in the other Luna made Evie feel slightly more confident. She prepared the coffee and once they were situated she sat down opposite Serena at the kitchen table. So, what is the name of your pack? She asked. The Dark Moon Dogs. Serena smiled fondly. We are the first and only pack made up entirely of rogue wolves. Well, I guess none of us are rogue anymore. She shrugged her shoulders and Evie saw the latent strength in them. We are a mercenary pack. Mostly we take out tyrannical, mate-sick, or insane alphas. It's a nasty job, but someone has to do it, and at least we do it with honor. I would imagine it's hard to do what you do, Evie said after a moment's consideration. You have to take care of the dregs of werewolf society, do the dirty deeds that no one wants to do but everyone knows needs to be done. You protect people who wouldn't dare do what you do. It has to weigh on you to kill an alpha who has lost it because his mate has passed. It's not his fault he is insane from it. The mate bond is crazy. Serena smiled and this time her eyes sparkled with it. You know, you're okay, Evie. You are one of the very few people who understood what we do right off the bat instead of rushing to judgment. There is honor in what we do. Thank you for seeing that. Evie grinned shyly. You aren't so bad yourself. Was this the beginning of a beautiful friendship? Everett and Sebastian ran pell-mell the length and breadth of Sebastian's packlands until well past the sun went down, reveling in just running wild together again after such a long time apart. Finally, they stopped when they hit a cliff looking down into a ravine full of rushing rapids. Both males shifted into skin form and sat down on the edge, looking over. It is good to see you, my friend. Everett murmured. After all this time he still had an accent. And you. Sebastian agreed. What is it I hear that you still cannot control your wolf? I have never been able to. I force him down but he must escape and there must be a casualty. And your pack has dealt with this from you? They are used to it. That is not the way to lead Everett, surely you know this? Even if my mate were not keen on reminding me of it, yes, I know it. Why do you think I am here? You are notorious for your control. Teach me, brother. Teach me so that I do not lose Serena. For the first time in centuries, Sebastian saw vulnerability in Everett's yellow eyes. I will aid you, brother. You will be at my side and observe how my pack is run. And when we have free time I will teach you how to become one with your wolf instead of constantly fighting it. You have my thanks, Sebastian. Sebastian nodded, surprised at this turn of events. As usual, however, his mind soon turned to Evie and he found the need to see her and touch her was strong in him, his instincts as a mated male rising to the surface. Come, it's time we return to the females. Who knows what they plot in our absence? Everett smirked. You have no idea. Soon they were both in fur form and bolting to the cabin which now served as the pack house. They both halted at what they saw. There was a large group of females watching Serena teach Evie how to throw a knife to lethal effect. Everett's wolf huffed in amusement while Sebastian's thumped his tail in consternation. His Evie didn't need to learn the art of knife throwing, she was dangerous enough with tooth and claw. He shifted and called for her, but all his doubts about her current activities melted in the wake of that brilliant smile. The two Lunas together was an intimidating sight and powerful in their own right. Sebastian moved forward and pulled Evie in close to him, so that her back was to his chest. Evie. She reveled in being in her mate's arms. She missed him despite how much fun she'd been having with Serena, and the meeting with Naomi. The males had been gone a long time, more than enough for Evie to have her answers. She watched as Serena and Everett greeted each other. There was a kind of distance between them, a wariness. They were still not quite as mates should be with one another. She looked around and grinned. All the females and many males were present. Now was as good a time as any. Evie turned in Sebastian's arms and smiled up at him. I have news. Go ahead. He murmured, looking mildly curious. I'm pregnant with our son. She rested her hands on her still flat belly. She now had 110% of his attention. He leaned in and sniffed at her neck, taking her scent in deep. When he pulled away his eyes were wide. Well? She asked nervously. Was he upset about having a pup with her? They had discussed it and agreed that if it happened it was okay. Had he changed his mind? Worry and panic began to set in a little bit but then he picked her up and twirled her around, both of them laughing before his lips crashed down onto hers. All the males began to shift and howl for their alpha who now had an heir on the way. She'd heard of this. It was a tradition in werewolf packs for all the males to run together in celebration when the Luna fell pregnant the first time. She and the other women, including Serena, grinned as they all went bolting into the forests, lost to the call of their wilder natures. Serena's expression held a kind of sadness to it. Don't worry, Serena. No doubt you'll conceive in your next heat. She smiled sadly at Evie. I would need to have a heat first. What do you mean? You are marked and mated. I'm marked, Evie, not mated. Why? Evie was flabbergasted. It had taken everything in her not to jump Sebastian S. Bones, and she hadn't lasted very long, and that as a half-breed. Serena was a pure-blood alpha female. I mean, if it's prying, you don't need to tell me anything, but what is going on between you two? Serena smirked. That's a very long story, Evie, but if you have some time, I'd be willing to tell you everything that has happened to me since the day my original pack, the mercenary dogs, were slaughtered by a pretender to Everett's title. But you need to believe in the moon goddess to believe what I tell you. Evie pondered Serena's words, and she remembered how her necklace had glowed with its one mystical light and how Naomi had said she was a Luna blessed by the moon goddess. How could she do anything but believe after everything she had seen? Because of the moon goddess, she'd gone from a lonely NYC girl to the Luna of a great pack. Considering how amazing her own story was, she could only imagine Serena's. I'm happy to listen. Well, it was war, Serena began.